Okay. We are recording.
All right, do we have Scott Tunnel on the phone? Diane, did you see who was actually?
I didn't see.
I don't see him as of yet.
Okay, let's wait just maybe a couple of minutes because he's agreed to chair the meeting.
I don't see Johanna, Commissioner Cron.
This is Broyles. Rachel, do we have a quorum without Scott?
No, we're going to be just probably 4 members tonight. So we're expecting you, Commissioner Lyons, Commissioner Cron, and Commissioner Tunnel. So we're still waiting on Commissioner Tunnel and Commissioner Cron.
And do we have Bill on the phone? I just sent him the meeting request.
Not yet.
Okay. We need to pause anyways. Seems it always takes about 5 to 10 minutes to get everybody connected.
At least.
Hey, thanks for sending me that invite, Rachel. I'm not sure why I couldn't find it in my email or on my calendar.
No problem. They get buried.
Yeah, especially when you make the mistake of going on a vacation.
Yeah,
That is not a mistake.
never a mistake.
I don't know. I'm paying for it today.
Well, if we have
You have
4,
to show me how
Rachel,
you did that.
We're still waiting on 2 commissioners.
Can you people hear me?
Yes, sir.
Would you like me to mute my phone? This is Brian Doherty calling.
Hi, Brian. Yeah,
Hi.
you're welcome to mute yourself while other applications are being presented. I believe your application is on the consent agenda.
Okay, who am I speaking with?
This is Rachel Santiago Govier. I'm the permit technician.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Rachel. Good to talk to you. I'll mute my phone.
Okay, perfect. Once you hear that the consent agenda is approved, Brian, you're able to hop off the call. You're welcome to hop off the call at that point if you don't want to continue listening.
Okay, I'll probably just continue listening for edification, but at this point, I'm just as you know well, that's something I'm in great need of. But am I expecting just to hear, the consent agenda, just like I received in the mail, and then shake my head, okay, cool, and then I just keep listening, yeah?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't have to have a pitch for you. Okay, I know you're
Nope.
busy. I'll mute. Thanks a lot, Rachel. I'll talk to you soon. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
Thanks for all the help you're giving us.
No worries.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Cool.
Rachel, can I do a quick sound check too?
I hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Sure.
Numbers? I don't. I'm going to. Look it up though. Look up the phone numbers and time of year. Everything just gets flying around so fast.
Hey, Rachel, it's Heath Clark. Can you hear me okay? Just for later?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now do it. You're off.
Okay. Hey, Rachel.
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and forward your meeting request to Commissioner Cron and Tunnel.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. It sounds
I-
like,
That maybe that they're on a different one.
yeah.
All right, so Drew is on.
Oh, yeah, let's see. Aren't you yet? I was just waiting for her to say it's okay. And I would need to do on that part. I just need to have her okay.
Rachel, are you seeing Commissioner Cron or Tunnel?
Well, no, yeah.
I'm on.
Oh, perfect. Okay, great.
Okay, if I got a meeting going on, that means we're just.
And hopefully Scott's trying to get on as well. Commissioner Tunnel, are you there? I told him if he's not able to get the link to work, just to call in this phone.
So he's on the other link,
Wait.
so we know he's out there.
I just re-invited him as well from my end. I know sometimes the link doesn't work if you forward it.
So this is Scott. I'm on.
There he is.
Hi, Scott.
Thanks,
What's
Scott.
going on? How are you?
So Scott, I'm sorry, but we need you to have a quorum in order to have the meeting.
You mean today?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was sitting there on the, I hit the join the meeting, and Johanna was on it with me as well as Drew Dodson. And so I'm available tonight, but I got an email from Michelle asking if I'd be available tomorrow, which I'm not.
Oh, sorry. I meant tonight.
Oh.
Perfect. Well, that's fantastic. So it sounds like we have a quorum, so we can go ahead and get going. Thanks, everyone, for your patience.
Yeah, not sure why. Is Johanna on?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then I guess we if it hasn't already happened, we'll call the meeting to order.
Okay.
And
So do you want me to call roll?
yeah,
Okay. Scott Tunnel,
here.
Samuel Thompson, Fallon Fairday. Johanna Cron.
Present.
Scott Broyles.
Present.
Steve Clements. And Robert Lyons.
Here.
Okay, back to you, Scott.
Okay. So I guess what we need to do next is review the minutes from the last meeting. And if we have any changes, suggested changes, please let us know. Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
This Broyles, so moved.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So let's move on to the pre-app or preliminary development plan review. Pre-app for a PUD subdivision and a design review at Verita Road. Is there someone to speak about that?
Yes, I'm on the line. This is Sasha Childs.
Okay, do we have some visuals, Michelle, or?
Sasha, are you going to go ahead and share your screen? Or do you want us to present what's in the packet?
No, I will share my screen right now. And let me just get there. Okay, let's see here. Can you guys see what's on my screen, the GIS?
We can see a kayaker. We can see your desktop.
Oh, I don't have a kayaker on my desktop.
That's mine. Oh, wait. So, yeah, we can't see your screen.
I have the GIS pulled up.
I cannot. This is Broyles. I cannot see screen.
And this is Commissioner Tunnel. I can't see the screen either.
Okay, hang on. Let me get a little bit further here and see if it will work.
There you go. It looks like it's starting to load.
Okay. I'd like to start. Well, let me know when you can see that. It's just a picture of the GIS that kind of describes where this lot is, so you can kind of get a visual of where we're talking about.
Yeah, perfect. It just came up.
Got it now.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, I'm perfect. Okay, so what we're looking at, if you can see where my mouse is, this is the lot. It's 2.82 acres. It's on this private section of Verita Road right here. This is Broken Ridge Commons, so it's just directly to the west of Broken Ridge Commons. And what we're looking at doing here, and let me get to my site plan really quick. Let's do this. Hang on. Okay, so here's the site plan. We will enter, this is just a really basic subdivision proposal. What we're looking at here is this is an R8 dense or zoning. So we have a density for 22 lots. We can't really realistically fit those. So what we're proposing is 4 duplex lots, which will be townhomes. So they're each deeded separately, and then 10 single family lots. So as you can see, we will come in off of this private section of Verita Road with a small private cul-de-sac. Our duplex lots will be in the front here, and then 10 single family homes. We were trying to keep everything as close as we possibly could to R8 city code, which is a little bit difficult as far as just a few things. The main thing that we're going to ask for an alleviation on is right here, you can see on the cul-de-sac design makes road frontage requirements a little bit tricky. So we're doing the best that we can to stay within all of the other city code for R8, which setbacks, lot coverage, lot square footage, all of those types of things are well within our R8 code, but there's just a few things, and garage frontage I think will be the other thing that we have to kind of address. We're in conversations with the city to hopefully be able to provide 2 local housing units here in D1. What we were kind of hoping for, though, is that the city would be able to take over maintenance of this section of Verita, which is a private road currently. Broken Ridge Commons, we actually had to purchase the right to access that road because they put that road in. However, they do not have to maintain it because they already have ingress and egress. So part of our agreement with them was that, yes, we could use that road, but that our subdivision would be responsible for essentially all maintenance costs. So all snow removal, the repaving, the seal coating, all of that. And so we were really hopeful that we'd be able to do 2 local housing units. But without the city being able to take over that portion of the road, it's unlikely that we'd be able to do 2 local housing units, just simply because our HOA fees are going to get significantly higher. And HOA fees can be a really difficult sticking point for lending, particularly for locals, especially when our housing costs are already, relatively high. So what we're looking at now is we'll still maintain this this design, and what we would like to propose is for our amenities, we would like to include housing plans, so duplex plans. And really what we would like to have happen here is investors to purchase those and to eliminate short-term rentals there, so that the goal is, they don't have to do this, but the goal would be that those would be created as long-term rentals for locals. Of course, people might have different ideas and they might rent out one side, keep one side or whatever, but short-term rentals would not be allowed in the duplex lots. We have not put that restriction on the other single family 10 lots, but what we're trying to do there is, I'm calling it expandable housing. And what the goal is to create a plan that kind of has 3 phases. And so the first phase is an 800 square foot, between 800 and 1,000 square feet home that's a 2-bedroom, 1 bath. And then as a person can afford it, so this is really targeting locals, they can add on a master bedroom and do like a conversion between a carport to a garage. So the hope in doing that is that locals would be able to afford kind of phase 1 and then be able to expand as they could. The other thing that we're kind of working on right now is working with a lending partner, which is Idaho First, and then build partners, so that the more builds one particular company gets, the lower the costs become for everyone. So, and at least that's the goal. So that's kind of what we're looking at here. We're trying to do our best to provide some things to locals, some options for locals, so that they can try to access our market in the best ways that they can. So those are kind of the plans that we have right now. Otherwise, I think we'll still be able to pull off 15% open space. I know that's something that everybody wants. They don't want to see houses, we don't want row houses in here. We don't want things just stacked on top of each other. So people don't have to use our plans. Like if an owner of, lot 7 wanted to purchase it and build their own with their own design, they absolutely can. There will be design guidelines, but one of the design guidelines will be a size, and because it just doesn't work to have a 3,000 square foot home in these lots. They're smaller lots, and we'd like the homes to stay a little bit smaller, again, to target primary residents if we at all can. So again, without being able to take over the road, and I do understand staff just reached out to me earlier today to let me know that that was unlikely for them to be able to take over that road. There's just budget constraints there that are difficult to work around. So we fully understand that. So it's a little disappointing because we'd love to be able to offer some local housing units. But even without them, I still feel like the way that we've designed this, we will hopefully end up with 8 long-term rentals. I've got investors kind of waiting to purchase those and for the purpose of long-term rentals. And then that these 10 single-family homes will be able to be purchased by hopefully locals. Of course, we can't control that, but that's really the goal that we have in mind with the amenities that we're offering. So let me know if I missed anything or if you guys have questions, but that's kind of the overview of the project so far.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Sasha?
Sasha, on those bottom 2 corner lots, I know it has the basically half right-of-ways that was originally designed going off to the north and the south. Is that just going to be combined into those larger lots, or is that going to be any kind of common area or anything?
No, it's not going to be common area. So those lots have more square footage. We just couldn't quite figure out. We thought about ingress and egress off of those. It just didn't make the most sense. And so no, there's no common area. I mean, it was just kind of an odd, because we'd have to cross a lot to access that common area. So really, there's no plan for that other than it it happens to add a little bit of extra square footage to those lots.
Conflict.
Okay.
And then I think we have to push it. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, I appreciate you, your presentation, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, the next item is pre-app for subdivision 443 West Timbercrest Loop. Someone here to talk about that? We had identified a KC Hurlis. Okay, if we don't have anybody here to represent that, I guess we just move on. Is that right, Michelle?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You have time to do this unmute.
Pardon me?
Do we want to tell them about this, whatever the star
6.
star 6 to unmute
Oh,
in case
right.
they're muted?
Yeah, that could be. Yeah, thank you, Robert. Yeah, if the applicant is out there and you're on the phone and you need to unmute your phone, you hit star 6. We'll give that a second to perhaps be the case. Okay. Doesn't look like we've got a representative for there, so we go to pre-app for a conditional use permit at 1300 East Lake Street. Steve Millman for Mile High Marina.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Uh-huh. Yes, sir.
Rachel and Michelle, is it possible to put that site plan or that marina plan up? Yeah, you're almost to it, I think. There you go. So for the record, Steve Milliman representing Mile High Marina. And this is kind of a fun project. Mile High Marina has been in discussion for some time with Kurt Wolf and the Department of Parks and Recreation about a variety of improvements, both upland and on the water, as part of the plan to connect Legacy Park with Browns Park. The marina, in the midst of that, wound up identifying a need to replace its current log breakwater. You'll see that log breakwater referenced on this sketch of the marina, and it meanders out from the shore. And then if we can scroll that down just a little bit. Other way, sorry. Yeah, you can see the breakwater goes out and then extends southward and forms sort of the enclosure for the marina. So the plan and what the conditional use permit application will present is actually a new breakwater that slightly but not significantly increases the footprint of the marina, and you'll see that referenced on the sketch in front of you. The beauty of the application is that new breakwater will have a 10-foot deck on top of it, and then as you can see at the two corners out in the water, we'll have 30 by 30 foot platforms, and that will form a boardwalk and sitting and area which will be open to the public at no charge. So it creates about 1,000 more feet of public access, and you will be able to stroll off the shore line, the upland there, and out onto this 10-foot wide decking boardwalk and out. And if you want to sit and enjoy things, then on either of the platforms there. And that, under this proposal, would be constructed by the marina at the marina's cost. The breakwater is underneath that and is a much more state-of-the-art breakwater. It does not involve any pilings into the bed of the lake, so it does not involve any disturbance of the bed. It is an anchored system that essentially has fins extending down from it that have the effect of breaking wave action as it comes in. And it will have, obviously, the effect of protecting the marina, but in addition, the effect of protecting the boat ramp area and part of the city docks to the south, because most of the storms will come out of the north or out of the west. That's the proposal. In the process, the marina will pick up some new slips. This project is looking like it's going to run in the range of $1 million project. So the idea is if the marina can pick up some new slips without significantly increasing its footprint, then that'll help defray some of that cost. It's, in my experience, one of the nicer examples of a public-private partnership, as Kurt Wolf indicated in a letter that he submitted in support of this pre-app, in that it'll be a tremendous public amenity, and then the marina will also be able to add some slips. We're working, and we'll reflect in the final submittal, having some of those be day use slips. There was some thought to having those be tie downs along the boardwalk, but for a variety of reasons, we don't think that is going to be the best approach for some public moorage, and really want to leave the breakwater as more of a pedestrian amenity. But there will be some public day use slips inside the marina as this plan evolves. This is a preliminary sketch. We'll have a final layout with the CUP application. This will also require an application to the state of Idaho because they, of course, have jurisdiction over the submerged lands. It does not actually in any way expand the footprint that the state has already leased to the Mile High Marina, because that footprint was slightly larger than the breakwater to begin with, but it still will require a permit from them and a public process with them, as well as a CUP from the city, as well as probably an updating of the marina's lease with the city, in which the city derives financial benefit from the marina's rentals and operations, as well as the state. So that, in a nutshell, is the project. As always, happy to entertain any questions or comments at this point.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Steve?
I have a question. This is Commissioner Cron. More for just the public safety feature. Is the boardwalk and the viewpoints going to be fenced, or I would just see there being a risk of more individuals diving off in such a high traffic boat area?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have a ready answer as far as what the extent of rails will be, but that's a question we'll look at, because it's one that occurred to me as well. And it's one of the reasons that we're inclined to not have tie downs on that boardwalk, so that it doesn't sort of become party central, if you will. And so I think that's a good question, something that we need to look at, because the city will have some involvement in the insurance of the facility once it's built and the maintenance of the boardwalk. So it's a question I'm sure the city is going to be interested in as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, well, it looks like a great project for everybody. We'll look forward to seeing you back here with it.
Okay, thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Okay, I guess we move on to the consent agenda. And hopefully you've all had a chance to review that. And unless there's any items that, any of the consent agenda items that you want to pull and discuss, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Commissioner Lyons, I do, or would like to discuss the record of survey 2103 at 1040 Valley View Lane.
Okay. So can we pull that one and vote on the others, Michelle?
Yes.
Okay, if there's no other.
In that case, I will move the approval of the consent agenda. This is Broyles.
Without scenic route 2103?
Yes.
Okay, do I hear a second?
No, hold on. Sorry to interrupt, but it's record of survey 2103, not scenic route.
Oh, I'm sorry. It says scenic route, doesn't it?
There's two of them. There's two. There's a
Oh,
record
I
of survey
see.
and a scenic route.
I'm sorry. So yeah, it's record of survey 2103. Pardon me. Okay, is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, so then let's discuss record of survey 2103.
The question I have, and I guess, well, this is for staff to begin with. I notice on the two things here, on the staff report on the requirements, it doesn't have anything regarding the septic. On the plat, the original plat for this subdivision, it requires that lots shall not be reduced in size without prior approval from the health authority. So unless they have prior approval from the health department, I don't think we can do anything regarding this at this point. So I wasn't sure if that's already been done and the staff already had that, so there's no reason it wasn't in the report. So I wasn't sure if that's already been done. If not, I would say it needs to be done per the requirements on the subdivision recorded plat.
Thank you, Commissioner and members of the Commission. This is Diane Cushlan, the interim Morgan Beshaw. Rachel, would you scroll down a little bit beyond city engineer and see if we had a letter from Central District Health? No, I think you're correct. We did not.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
They were, Rachel, you can confirm they were sent a copy of this application.
Yes, they would have been sent a copy of this application for consideration with the rest of the agency distributions when we initially received the applications. I can double check in the network file to make sure we didn't have any communication from them.
And you might want to scroll down to the map because there's some indication of septic. No.
I don't, in the project folder, I don't see any agency comments from Central District Health.
Scroll up a little bit, Rachel, you're into the, yeah, there should be a plat map in.
Give me just a second here. I'm going to pull it in. It doesn't look like it's in the right order for some reason.
Hey, Michelle, this is Nathan Stewart, city engineer.
Yeah, there we go.
Comment on this?
Go ahead.
So currently the project's under engineering review and it's contingent, any approval would be contingent upon final engineering approval. And these things do happen if the applicant was unable to get necessary health district approval, then they wouldn't be able to get final engineering approval, and then they would not be able to get the clerk's signature on the record of survey. So I'm wondering if it's appropriate to to make this a condition of approval, similar to the engineering conditions that we have.
Yeah, and I would just, if you look at the map, right, if you look at the map, you'll see a dotted line that says approximate drain field area per plat recorded. And then to the west of the building, there's a designation of approximate location of existing drain field.
That was in the original plat, but we still have to have prior approval before we can do it. So it either has to be a condition of approval, but we didn't have. So I think that at least has to be in there for that.
So if I could just add, it looks like in your decision document, it says prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall receive final engineering approval. You could be more specific.
Well, they have to have engineering, but then they also have to have
The central district.
central district.
It just rolls into engineering, but you can also call it out as another condition.
This specifies that it has to be from them. So
Yeah.
I think we need to go based on what's been recorded on the map and have separate conditions.
Yeah, so you
Even
can,
though it's kind of the same, but
you can go ahead and modify the conditions of approval to add that. The commission. Jesus.
Okay, this is Commissioner Tunnel. Could we get a motion to modify the conditions?
Robert, do you want to go ahead and?
yeah, this is Commissioner Lyons. I make a motion that we modify the conditions of approval to require Central District Health approval before any lot, or before the lot can be reduced in size per subdivision map that was originally recorded.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to add those conditions, or that condition. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Okay, I just wanted to, before we move on, I just wanted to ask people, we had a lot of feedback going on there this last discussion. And I think maybe if you're not speaking or about to speak, if you can make sure that you're muted, it might help a lot. And with that, I guess we move on to conditional use permit 2003, design review 2046.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Before we proceed, I just wanted to indicate under new business, there is a public hearing was scheduled for a design review at 607 Lick Creek Road. And because of an error in the noticing for that item, it will be continued to May 6th. So I just wanted to make that announcement in case there's anyone on the line that was waiting to testify on that public hearing. It doesn't appear on your agenda, but it was noticed.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I did. Yeah, wasn't aware of that.
Okay, thank you. So moving ahead to a conditional use permit 2003, you held a public hearing, a continued public hearing on March 2nd, in which you reopened the public hearing, you received testimony from the applicant's representative and members of the public. And during that hearing, the applicant revised the height request from their original application to 43 feet for the building and 52 feet for the solar panels. The commission reviewed the criteria for approval of a conditional use permit, and based on the revision that was proposed by the applicant, the commission moved to recommend approval of the application and directed staff to prepare findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decision. Part of your action also included the elimination of the solar panels from the proposal. So these findings appear in your packet. I'll read to you the motion that we are asking you to make tonight, which we hope reflects your discussion and the findings. The McCall Area Planning and Zoning Commission recommends this conditional use permit application for approval to the City Council, provided that the following conditions are met. The conditional use permit shall be executed within 12 calendar months of the date of the City Council approval. Prior to the scheduling of the application with the McCall City Council, the applicant will revise their plan to include bicycle parking as required by code, to modify the design to reduce the height to 43 feet, and to remove the rooftop solar panel structure. Prior to the issue of a building permit, the applicant shall receive final engineering approval, and the applicant shall provide proof of 10 sewer connection permits. All requirements of the sewer district must be adhered to. And prior to the issue of the building permit, the applicant shall provide a set of plans stamped by a licensed architect and MPE engineering. Prior to the issue of a building permit, the applicant shall provide a response from the FAA that there will be no adverse impacts to airspace, or approval from the McCall Area Airport Manager for an approved plan to mitigate for any adverse impacts. And prior to the issue of the building permit, the applicant shall provide plans in accordance with the requirements of the fire district that are outlined in the findings. So that, Mr. Chairman, is completing our report. If there's any questions, any issues with any of the findings of fact, I'd be glad to help answer those at this time.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Does anybody have any questions regarding what was just covered? Any suggested additional changes or something that was perhaps omitted that from your memory? Okay. Hearing no responses, then I would entertain a motion to recommend approval to City Council based on the conditions provided by staff.
Royal, so moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to recommend approval to City Council of conditional use 2023. We probably ought to have a roll call vote on that.
All right, Commissioner Tunnel,
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons,
No.
Commissioner Cron,
Yes.
Commissioner Boyles.
Yes.
Okay, CUP 20-03 to recommend approval to the City Council, or recommended City Council approval has been passed. So now we go on to the Design Review 2046. And that's something that this body can approve or deny. Do we have any discussion on that?
Mr. Chairman, I believe Commissioner Cron has indicated that she may have a conflict of interest on this item, and if so, then we should probably continue it until the next hearing.
That's the next one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that is this one, isn't it?
I thought we're still on Design Review 2046.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
this
sorry.
is, yeah, we're on the Design Review 2046 because that wasn't included as part of the CUP. So, do I hear a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve Design Review 2046.
Is there a second?
Royals, all second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve Design Review 2046. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so we have 1 opposed and 2, 3, 4. So Design Review 2046 has passed. Now we move on to Design Review 2044, 651 Stockton Drive. And Diane, maybe you can help me. We continued the public hearing, is that correct?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and
And
At this,
Commissioner Tunnel, can I just make a comment really quick? Of course, I am going to recluse myself from this, but as we're getting into public hearing, can we just please remind everybody online that we do limit our comments to 3 minutes?
yes, thank you.
I think they can't act. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah.
Mr. Ch-
Bill's also on the line.
Mr. Chairman, our counsel is on the line, and maybe he might want to speak to what should be the appropriate action on this item, given the fact that you don't have a quorum at this point to take action.
Yeah, so are we having a public hearing on this one?
The public hearing, yes, was continued.
Okay, well,
Question,
so
why don't we have a quorum here?
Because Johanna just recused herself.
She was constituted a quorum when the meeting started. We still have a quorum.
yeah, so I've researched this issue, and the best advice is to conduct business. You need a quorum available and voting. So you have to have a majority of the quorum available voting. So I understand the argument you're making, and in fact, that's where I started earlier today on this. But the best advice to make your decisions beyond reproach would be to have a quorum present and voting on any given issue. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
So in terms of the public hearing, I mean, I think if people are here to testify or give evidence to the commission, I think you can take that additional information and evidence. But again, my recommendation would be to continue the public hearing to your next meeting. And if you have a quorum at that next meeting, then it would be appropriate to vote at that time.
Okay. So I appreciate the recommendations. So question for Diane or Michelle, at this point, do we go ahead and take the comments from the public hearing? Because if we discuss it at the next meeting or the following meeting, whenever it is, those comments will not be very fresh.
The other problem is that you have commissioners who won't be able to act on that item at the next hearing if they don't hear or go back and listen to the testimony today. So you put an extra burden on them, but it's because they're not here. So that's another consideration you might want to make.
If we're gonna carry it, let's carry the whole darn thing, do it right, and be done with it at the next meeting.
Yes, if that's the case, if you're not going to rely on the record, then you will need to renotice the public hearing.
I agree, renote it for a public hearing and let's do it at the next meeting.
Do we need to we have to make a motion on that?
Consider that a motion.
Okay, it's been moved to continue design review 2044, including the public hearing, to the next meeting where we have a quorum, and to renotice the public hearing. Is there a second?
Before you vote, staff, does that work for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we need a second to move on. I guess I'll second the motion. So it's been moved and seconded that we continue the public hearing for Design Review 2044 with an additional public notice. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. And this will be reheard hopefully at the next scheduled meeting, which is May, what, 4th?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you have plenty of time to notice it?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, sorry to those who took extra time to make comments, and we hope you'll save those comments for the next meeting. So moving on to new business, we have conditional use permit 2002, design review 2034, and scenic route 2009, 400 North 3rd Street. We have someone here to speak on the Maverick project.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, you have Heath Clark.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you very much. And Diane, can I take over the screen?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you.
Rachel will let you.
I think I've got it. Did that pop up for everybody?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, well, good evening. My name is Heath Clark. My address is 251 East Front Street in Boise. I'm also here with Eric Anderson, who is the project manager for this site for Maverick. We also have on the call Eric Grothy, who's the lead architect, and Matt Gibb with DCI Engineers, who's the project engineer. I'm going to jump right in because there's a fair amount to cover here. As everyone is aware, there's an existing Maverick location up on Railroad. It's a 6-pump facility with mechanical located adjacent to the building on the west side. What we're discussing tonight is we're hoping to move from this location to a new site further south and further out of the downtown to the site that we've all looked at on the block between Colorado and Stibnite. A little bit more about the proposed site. It has been underutilized for quite some time. It is more than ready for redevelopment, but it's going to take a fair amount of work to do it. As you can see from this photo, sidewalk, curb, gutter, etc., all ends north of Colorado. This project would continue it all along our frontage on the west side of Highway 55, all the way down to Stibnite. And in addition, we'll talk about this throughout the course of the evening, there are utilities in the area that are currently deficient or undersized, including water, and storm drain infrastructure currently needs a redesign that I'll describe in a few minutes. And this project would improve all of that. So of course, we have a little bit of history associated with this project. It came before you back in December for a discussion. I'll say as the last guy to the party, it was a pretty interesting read for me and trying to get up to speed from what happened at that, or what was discussed at that time. As I read it, there were concerns discussed about the size of the project, the design, the traffic it might generate, and its location. There were some comments about light and noise and some discussion about drainage. I was also pretty relieved to see that not all the discussion was negative. Some of the positive comments included the fact that the new Maverick would be located further from the downtown core and would redevelop a blighted property. So as I mentioned, I got involved after the December meeting, and after getting up to speed, it was clear that we needed to do 3 things. We needed to update the site plan, we needed to throw out the existing design elevations and do something that really matches this site, and we needed to come to the city with detailed engineering plans to emphasize all of the problems that this application solves. So let's start with the site plan. This is what was reviewed and discussed in December. There were 8 fuel dispensers. You can see at the top of the property on a double stack layout with 2 additional RV dispensers for a total of 10 on the site. There were also narrower landscape buffers against Highway 55 and against our neighbors to the west. After listening to the city, we've come back with an updated site plan that includes 2 major changes. First, it takes away an entire stack of fuel dispensers here on the north, taking the total from 10 to 6, or 40% reduction in the fuel dispensers. This opens up the northern area of the site, and it also allows for significantly expanded landscaping, an additional 10 feet against Highway 55, an additional 10 feet or 20 feet total, allowing for additional buffering against our neighbors to the west. So on the west, if you look at our landscape plans, what we have here is 4 wildfire black gums that will help to screen against this neighbor. Against Highway 55, there are 5 bohol maples in addition to other landscaping there. The design fully accommodates snow storage, and we're working with the city engineer to ensure that there's a 10-foot sidewalk snow storage easement for the city's use. We also went back to the drawing board with regard to the building design. And before I really jump into this, we've all looked at the original design and decided it wasn't good enough. We've taken that to heart, and we've worked very hard to come up with a design that's not just unique to McCall and this site, but it's also unique to the Maverick organization. So I'm going to show you in a moment, and you've seen it in the packet, but we've identified a redesigned structure that we believe is consistent with the city's design guidelines. And as I mentioned, it's unique within the Maverick system. It includes a natural appearance. We've used cultured stone, we've used wood, we've used muted colors with accents. And it has a whole new design with new architectural elements, including a pitched snow roof that has been designed to house and conceal the mechanicals needed for store operation. We also added a pedestrian entry onto 3rd Street. And you can see the front and the 3rd Street side here. The pitched roof is much more in line with what I think the city's looking for. And you can see the cultured stone elements throughout with treated wood used on the columns. And I also want to emphasize the pedestrian entry onto 3rd Street. It includes a gabled element to emphasize its importance. And we think that helps to emphasize the city's intent of addressing pedestrians with the structure of the building. A couple things I'd also point out is that there are bike racks that are shown on our civil plans. And we would be happy to explore other pedestrian related elements with city staff. We read Diane's comments there, and we're more than happy to continue that conversation. With regard to the rear elevations, you can see there are no blank walls. The back side of the building includes faux windows, and the pitched roof continues all the way. As I mentioned, one cool thing about the site is it was designed to house the mechanicals, including the HVAC and the condensing units within the roof, so that in a way that can't be seen. I think that's a major improvement from the existing site. We've also improved on the fuel canopies. The pillars have cultured stone all the way to the top with a more muted color scheme on the canopies themselves. Here you can see this is the the materials samples that we provided with the documents. This is within your packet as well. You can see the treated wood and the cultured stone, and then the more muted colors with a red accent. So next, we did a lot of work to make sure that the city had comfort with the types of infrastructure improvements that we're proposing for the site. We also jumped through all the hoops with ITD to get a final review of our traffic impacts and our access proposal. I just want to emphasize this some more. This site is in dire need of redevelopment. It's adjacent to areas that have redeveloped in the past with the city, and the city has installed street frontage improvements with CDBG funds, I understand, to the north of just past Colorado, and you can see that in this picture on the top left. It's an area near a mix of uses, including automotive-oriented uses like the Rustic Inn and the 3rd Street Inn. There's growlers in the area and the Shell station, as well as new dining options. So one important item to understand is that this property currently has nearly 200 acres of the city's storm drainage system, or storm drainage, sent directly across it. So the drawing here on the left was provided by the city engineer and shows all the area that flows into the Maverick site. And then you can see with my blue arrow here that it comes into a pipe and then across the Maverick site and then just opens up onto the property to the west and creating what I've heard has been lovingly referred to as the swamp. So what are we going to do to fix all of that? We are going to install the entire street section along the frontage of Colorado to Stibnite on the west side of Highway 55. So not just our site frontage, but also continuing down to Stibnite and over. We're going to redirect the regional drainage to a more appropriate location that isn't such a burden on the property to the west by installing a 30-inch conveyance that will come out and will go to a location that we'll be working with the city engineer to identify. And then we're also going to be upgrading the water line from Colorado to Stibnite from a 4-inch to an 8-inch line, ensuring that there's adequate fire flow for us and for future development. With regard to traffic, ITD has completed their review. They've approved the impacts, the access locations, and the street improvements. And I've not seen this very often. You know, this was at the beginning of the letter. You know, there's some nice things that ITD said about the work that was going to be done to try to help improve this area for the city. With that, let's back up from the project description and focus now on the legal standards that are applicable to the project. So of course, there's a couple of applications here, so let's handle them one at a time, and let's start with the conditional use standards. You guys are all familiar with those. You know, this proposed use is a conditional use in the community commercial zone. That means it should be granted as long as its impacts can be mitigated with appropriate conditions and so long as the CUP findings are satisfied. Now, of course, there's 12 of those. I don't want to go through the whole list, so I'm going to just focus on a couple. I did go through the whole list in my letter from last week. But let's start with whether it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. So within the comprehensive plan, this is shown within the mixed use future land use map designation. That includes automobile-oriented uses. It also provides at private expense needed public infrastructure between Colorado and Stibnite, including the storm drainage issue that I mentioned before. That's another goal of the comprehensive plan. Other goals are to redevelop a blighted area of the city, and it also creates a multimodal corridor through private development contributions, another goal. One other item is the discussion about whether this project should be forced to move down to Dinehart, and I think everybody's aware of that conversation. You know, a few things to discuss here. First, the comp plan itself speaks to creating a multimodal corridor on Highway 55, which is a, quote, vital link. This is not here. This is in a different portion of the comp plan, a vital link to the downtown and for travel through McCall. There's discussion of a project exploring the feasibility of a bypass auto route, but there are no goals or policies associated with that. The project's not in the downtown core. It's not part of the downtown master plan, which also doesn't include that goal. The place where that is discussed is in the transportation master plan, which speaks to a freight bypass of downtown McCall as the only concrete step that's identified. Now, there's a couple things that I want to emphasize with regard to that. And first, and I can't say this enough because it seems to have come up a lot, you know, this project does not cater to freight traffic. This is not a truck stop. It is in fact several acres smaller than the comparisons that have been made in the past, including to the Fruitland site. It has only 6 pumps. That's the same number of pumps as the existing Maverick site. And it's the smallest class of convenience store that Maverick produces. And like I mentioned, I haven't mentioned yet, it does not include the high flow pumps that a freight operator would want. So in short, we think that this application is consistent with the city's existing planning and documents, which is the standard that must apply, but it's also consistent with the discussed desire of relocating Highway 55. Again, it's not a truck stop. It caters to passenger traffic with only 6 pumps and the smallest category of convenience store that's in Maverick's fleet. Other standards speak to whether it's harmonious and appropriate with the area. This area is zoned community commercial, which applies to retail service and mixed use establishments that may be automobile oriented. Of course, it's immediately adjacent to the busy Highway 55 corridor with automobile oriented uses like the hotels on the south and the east. There is residential to the west, and I'll just point out that the single family structure to our west is actually zoned community commercial, but we have buffered our impacts by providing screening, by providing a landscape buffer with the trees that I mentioned before, We've restricted the use of loudspeakers at the pumps, and we've handled lighting by means of shielded luminaries per city code. Now, I noted a question in your packet about the location of our trash enclosure. It is located it's placed at the back of our property in the location nearest to the apartments parking lot, and that is exactly where they currently have their dumpster. So in addition to that, it will be within a fence and retaining wall and completely shielded, and we think that that's handled in an appropriate way. There are several standards, of course, that deal with public facilities and services. We believe that the project is carrying more than its fair share, that it's going to improve the existing utility situation and storm drainage situation in that area and add that street section on the west side of Highway 55 for the entirety of the block. There are, traffic has been approved, including site design and access points, and adequate fire protection is going to be provided with the upgraded water lines. And then the last category of CUP standard is economic impact. Of course, this project is redeveloping a blighted site. Existing utility and infrastructure issues are going to be addressed at private cost. The only economic impact in this case is decidedly positive. Our other applications that are before you include the design review application and the scenic byway. Design review requires us to show that we're in general conformance with the comprehensive plan, and we've already addressed that. It doesn't jeopardize the health, safety, or welfare of the public, and we don't see any evidence of that. And then it also has to conform to the applicable specifications outlined in the City of McCall design guidelines. And so this is going to look daunting, and I'm going to work through it fast, but we did go through each of the design guidelines and provided responses to all of them to the extent that they were applicable. So I'll just kind of burn through this just for the record, and then that'll be the end of the presentation, and I'll be ready to answer any questions. So, the first building guideline 1 is, does it preserve existing landforms? Certainly does. Guideline 2, is it compatible with adjacent buildings, and uses? I think that's the one that requires the most analysis, but as I've mentioned before, we've done what we can to ensure that that design is compatible, including with the shielded luminaries and by restricting loudspeakers and all of that. Guideline 3 speaks to preservation of vegetation and wildlife. This is a blighted site and there's no vegetation or natural features to be preserved. Guideline 4 speaks to preserving significant views and there's no effect. Guideline 5 speaks to preserving or not affecting prominent skylines, and there's no effect. Guideline 6 speaks to no change in natural drainage patterns, which again we've hit that one ad nauseum. I've skipped guidelines 7, 8, and 9 because they speak to clustering buildings, internal streets, and retaining walls, none of which apply here. 10 speaks to adequate snow storage, which we've provided. 11 speaks to roof design and anticipating snow, and we have a snow roof that anticipates snow shedding. 12 was one that speaks to using the sun, and I just didn't know what to do with it, guys. So I left it off the list, and I'll be perfectly honest about that. But that's one we can look at. But 13 speaks to service areas being screened, and they are. And then 14, 15, and 16 speak to parking arrangements and circulation. And we've handled off-street parking with screening with landscaping. For guideline 15, we've allowed forward an entry and exit. And guideline 16, we've got delivery trucks accommodated with adequate room. So that takes us to the architecture styles. This 17 is the other one that I think everybody has to give some thought to, but it certainly accommodates new interpretations of McCall classical styles, which is what we've tried to do with the pitched roof. The use of accents, I think, is pretty similar to the hometown sports building, which is one that is identified as an appropriate use within, or an appropriate example under Guideline 17. Guideline 18 speaks to minimizing scale, and we've done that with our pitched roof and our pedestrian street entry and our reduced site plan. 19 doesn't apply because it speaks to building additions, but 20 speaks to roof lines and points to pitched roofs, which we've added. 21 speaks to mechanical equipment, which we've hidden in accordance with the guideline. 22 doesn't apply because it speaks to multi-unit structures. 23 doesn't apply because it speaks to balconies and porches. 24 asks for doors that are located in a manner that complements the design of the building. We think we've done that. 25 asks for natural materials, including wood and stone, which we've included. 26 looks for porch awnings and overhangs and shop front design, which we've provided. And 27 looks for warm, earthy hues with accent colors that, quote, can be, quote, bright and dramatic color can be used for accent, and we think that we've addressed that. Hang in there with me. We're almost done here, guys. Guideline 28 speaks to light fixtures. We're going to be using shielded luminaries in accordance with code. 29 speaks to fencing, and we've used fencing to provide screening to adjacent areas with landscaping. 30 speaks to retaining walls, which we don't have. 31 speaks to streetscapes, which I didn't read it as applying, but we are providing the complete streetscape. The landscaping plan does provide transitions to adjacent properties with buffering in accordance with Guideline 32. 33 speaks to also the city's requirements for landscaping, and we've met those requirements. 34, lawn areas to be kept to a minimum, which we've done. 35, landscaping has been used as screening from adjacent areas. 36, utility installations have been screened or undergrounded on the project site. So we talked about the mechanicals up on the roof. 37, we've got adequate snow storage areas to meet the design guideline requirements and the requirements of the Public Works. 38, the parking lots have been screened. 39, we've provided an irrigation system. 40, the existing vegetation, that speaks to retaining existing vegetation where we can. Again, this is a blighted site, so that's not going to be possible here. Similarly with 41, there's no trees that can be preserved here or that should be. 42, all fine grading and drainage is going to comply with the UBC. 43, landscaping is going to be maintained by Maverick on an ongoing basis. 44, sidewalks meet the city's dimensional and materials standards. And 45, we're going to be installing bike lanes for the complete street section on the west side of State Highway 55. And we made it. So the scenic route, I'm not going to belabor that point. There's no disruption of significant views, and we think with everything that we've done that it is compatible. So with that, I appreciate everyone hanging in there with me through this pretty heavy lift. Maverick's worked really hard at this. We've worked the project teams worked really hard at it. We've tried to address everything that came up in the December hearing, and we're more than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. So any of the commissioners have any questions?
This is Commissioner Lyons. I got just a couple. Eric, on the roof and the snow shedding, is that roof designed to hold the snow, or will it be shedding off around the perimeter?
Thank you, Commissioner. So the roof will, let me see if I can get so it'll shed off the perimeter, and then it'll have drains on the interior for the mechanical.
Is there going to be a safety issue, especially in the front area there, if that's coming off of those right in front of the doorways? That builds up and it all slides, it's going to come right down on some people.
Sure. Commissioner, I have Eric Grothy on the call with us, and maybe I'll ask Eric to jump in and speak to the thought process that's gone into that. He's the project architect.
We actually have gutters on the shed roofs in front of the entries that will drain back, and we typically heat those. And as far as the roof in those areas, we'll probably have the snow cleats to keep the snow on the roofs maintained. But if there's other means or methods that are used in that area, we're certainly open to that. But typically those types of roofs will shed onto the off the building.
How wide is that roof? I mean, the depth of it, I guess, going up. And what's the pitch on that?
To my knowledge, I believe it's a 612 pitch, if I remember correctly.
Oh, I think I got to mention. Yeah, I don't know. That, depending on if that could hold any on that north side, it could be dangerous coming off there anywhere along that front walkway, or pretty much anywhere around it. I don't know if it's something that could be designed to hold the snow more all the way around, because I think anywhere there's a walkway under that, if it lets loose, it's gonna have the potential of landing on somebody.
Right. I don't disagree with you. Well, I mean, typically we haven't gone into the design details of it yet. It's actually a 512 pitch, but that is something that will be taken into consideration. Usually on walkways, and this is the first time we've done a real full pitched roof on this. We'll probably end up putting a gutter along that whole, any pedestrian walkway, as well as the gutters would be heated, and we would also still have cleats, snow cleats on the roof.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be important. And then just a question on the existing site. You're gonna remove, I'm taking, you're gonna remove all the pumps on that, so that would no longer be any type of gas station?
Mr. Commissioner, so we are going to move? Mr. Commissioner, so that site is leased by Maverick, and so we don't control exactly what will happen with the site after Maverick leaves. You know, if we're lucky enough to get an approval here, it's my understanding that Maverick will be involved in removing the tanks, though. So that sounds like there will be a likelihood of redevelopment for that site.
Okay, thank you.
This is Broyles, if I might move forward. The existing site is my concern. You own the right to the gas station there, correct?
Commissioner Broyles, if I understand your question, so Maverick has an existing lease, so you know they would be able to operate a gas station there if there's a non-conforming use or a permit associated with property that runs with the ground. So the property owner would also have some rights associated with that, if that answers your question.
Yeah, I'm kind of going to the easy and quick analysis is we'll trade you one site for another site, but you don't have the ability to ultimately control whether the owner of the ground puts another gas station there.
Commissioner Broyles, just one moment. Let me confer with Mr. Anderson. Just one second.
Sure.
Commissioner Broyles, thank you for your patience there. So as much as I would love to just horse trade, you know, that is, you know, it's just not something that we can control. And, you know, and your city attorney can weigh in on this too. Ultimately, the analysis has to be, you know, can this site and this proposal meet your conditional use permit standards, independent of anything else that might be going on in the city? You know, I definitely understand the analysis, though, Commissioner Broyles, and yeah, it makes sense to me. But I think what we have to do is keep our eye on what's proposed for this site at Colorado.
Okay. If our city attorney would weigh in, that'd be helpful. Is there anything we can do in this regard?
Well, I'm not sure in what regard you're referring to, but the advice is to keep your analysis limited to the conditional use permit standards found in McCall City Code 3-1303. Okay. And those were covered by Mr. Clark.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, any other questions from the commissioners? Okay, hearing none. Is this where we go back to the public hearing, Diane?
I just have a few comments, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I think, Heath, Mr. Clark did a very expansive overview of the application and where it's been. I would just add that when you last saw this on December 1st, there were a number of concerns expressed. And in addition to the ones Mr. Clark mentioned, there was characteristics of the building design, including colors and materials, the suitability of the location and the possibility of other development being more suitable, and the routing of traffic of large vehicles through downtown, and the lack of detail provided for engineering and traffic. And as he mentioned, since that time, there's been a lot of discussion and a lot of work done, both on the part of the applicant as well as staff and other agencies in the review of this application. And so you've received a revision, certainly, in a number of ways that he highlighted. So this project, as he mentioned, is in the CC district, and it's immediately adjacent to a number of smaller scale buildings, some visitor accommodations, some other auto-oriented, but it's a real mix of uses along that street. In addition, to the west is the R8 district, and as mentioned, it borders that to the lower 1/2 of the site. There's a little notch there that you can see. Let me see if I can point that out right here, of a separate ownership. So the site is in that location. One of the things that we're going to review this for a conditional use permit, design review, and scenic. In terms of the zoning requirements, it appears to meet all of the dimensional standards. There was some that we're not still quite clear about because of the setback. The rear setback is set by the width of the adjacent residential district, and we have not received information about that. But in terms of the other dimensional requirements, the height limit is 35 feet. The building is 20 feet. The entrance dormer with the sign is 28 feet and 1 inch, and the fuel pumps are 19 feet. There are parking requirements, of course, for this site of 10 parking spaces, and they are providing 29 in 3 locations. Go to there, and as mentioned, there is parking in this location right at the corner of Colorado and 3rd. There's
Dan,
parking.
I'm not sure you're connected.
You're not
I'm sure you're sharing.
It's his screen, not yours.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we go to my screen, Rachel?
That's Eric. I think Eric has control of the screen.
Did they see the zoning map?
Okay, you should be able to share
Okay.
now.
I'll go back. There's the zoning map, which I just described.
I don't
Still don't see it. I'm not seeing it.
It might take just a minute.
Are you seeing it yet?
Not yet.
Go back out.
There.
Yeah, you might want to like
Don't see it on my end.
back out and then re-share.
See anything now?
I see you all in the Legion Hall.
Should I pull it out and pull it back?
Yeah.
I'm going to try something else here.
There we go.
You see a zoning map?
No.
I see it now. Oops. Yep. I see your presentation now, Diane.
Okay, now I see it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So here's the revised site plan that it shows the landscaping in this area right at the corner of Colorado and 3rd, landscaping around the perimeter of the site and along this area to the southwest. The skinniest, the thinnest part of the landscaping is adjacent to this R8 section, which I think is a bit problematic. It seems to me this is an area, even though there's a parking lot there now, it is an R8 area where you probably want to provide a little more buffering. This is the trash enclosure that was mentioned. This is the area that's identified as an RV center with pumps. And it, I think, is in this location to provide better maneuverability for the larger RVs or rigs that might come in via Colorado Street, access these larger pumps, and then exit out onto 3rd Street. So there are 3 entrances and exits for the location for the proposal. Off of Colorado, there's 2 right and 2 right, a right and a left out, 1 entrance. Off of 3rd Street, there's 2 opportunities for entering and exiting. One here, which is an enter and then a left out and left right out only lanes. And then at the south end of the site, the proposed shared driveway access with the Rustic Inn, which is a right in and then a right and left out lane, just 2 lanes. The C-store, the convenience store is at this location. Parking is located adjacent to the corner at Colorado and 3rd, in front of the north elevation of the C-store, and then along the west side. And there are 29 parking places provided. The code requires 10. They have 3 times as many as needed by the code. The landscaping plan submitted is shown in this diagram, and there are.
Sorry, can I ask one quick question before you leave the parking? I'm sorry. Does that include parking under the canopies?
That does not. That's just the marked parking, 29 marked parking spaces. There's also parking, obviously, under those canopies.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. So the landscaping includes 12 trees and 265 low shrubs and grasses. A number of these species are not on our required native and appropriate, I'm sorry, I don't have the right name for that.
It's something like native species list.
Native species list, yes, sorry. So let's go to the standards under which you're going to be looking at this application. And again, Heath went through that fairly extensively, but I think it's probably important to review the code section related to conditional use permit standards. These are uses that are permitted subject to granting of a conditional use. Because of their unusual characteristics, these uses require special consideration so that they may be located properly with respect to the objectives of this title and with respect to their effects on surrounding properties. And in order to achieve these purposes, the Commission is empowered to grant or deny applications for conditional use permits as are prescribed in this chapter and to impose reasonable conditions upon the granting of such permits. So in this case, I think it's probably wise to think about why is a service station use a conditional use permit in the CC district. And it's because it does have a scale that is usually much larger than the surrounding uses, which this one does. And that service stations generate high volumes of traffic, of light, of noise, long hours of operation, and of course the operation and use of hazardous material compared to other kinds of uses in that district. So those, I think, are some important factors to focus on, to what extent those potential impacts are mitigated. This site, we know, is on a busy traffic corridor. It's in that respect an appropriate location for a service station use. But at the same time, it's in an area that is surrounded by smaller scale buildings. And it's certainly an area that is a entryway, gateway to the city, and one that, hopefully in the future would be more of a main street to the city. So in evaluating the proposal against the conditional use permit criteria, the commission has a number of factors to consider. And one is the benefits that has been described of the planned improvements to the street and the stormwater system and utilities. But it's also one in which you need to balance the impacts of the proposal on surrounding land uses and the future policy direction that the city would like to see. The other issue that's come up is the efforts that have been made to improve the design of this building. And the applicants has represented that this is a very unique design for them from a corporate standpoint. But from a city standpoint, this is a design that could be located anywhere. It really doesn't accommodate the kind of quality materials and design that the city, I think, is looking for in its commercial buildings. So there's a couple of issues that I want to go through in terms of the design guidelines, which Heath went through the details of which. But the preamble of the design guidelines focuses on some overall objectives, which are the three main ones are pedestrian character, blank walls, and storefronts. And these are kind of fundamental elements of what creates the kind of small scale Main Street development that we're looking for. So the use from a pedestrian character standpoint, this use is really an anathema to pedestrian character because it's so vehicle oriented. And 81% of the site is hard surfaces because of that. And the landscaping provides some buffer to the surrounding uses, but doesn't do a lot in terms of enhancing a pedestrian character. So if we go to the site plan again, the convenience store as sort of a secondary use to the service station provides a real opportunity to create a pedestrian hub. And the improvement certainly to the street will enhance the linkages between the many uses along that street and create an opportunity for pedestrians to be attracted to this convenience store. But I don't think in the site plan, they really take advantage of that. They have a sidewalk, pavement area, as you can see, that goes around the building and it connects to the sidewalk. But other than that, there's a small little picnic area toward the back here, a picnic table. But that's the real only pedestrian amenities that are provided that would attract people to this use. So I think it's from a business standpoint, it's a real lost opportunity not to create more orientation of that convenience store to the sidewalks. The second issue is related to blank walls. And the guidelines spend a lot of time talking about, and it's in your staff report, what are blank walls and why they're important to not have blank walls if you want to create a pedestrian environment. So if you go to this elevation, which is showing you the north elevation, the side facing the parking area and the fuel pumps, you'll see the main entranceway, which is very grand. There's two double doors. There's transepts around windows around the doors. There's the sign, the canopy. It provides a real main primary entrance. But then you see on the street side, on this side, there are three doors. There's two service doors here, and then there's a door with a canopy, glass transients again on the door that looks like a primary door. So this issue really goes to, is this an attractive opening storefront for the building? but you really do have this extensive blank wall along the side of the north elevation that faces primarily the street. It is oriented at an angle, as we know, to the street. The third issue that the guidelines speak to is storefronts, creating attractive storefronts. And in this respect, the code reinforces the need for storefronts to be close to the street edge. And we have a requirement in code called the Build To limit, which is the maximum setback for a building. And that standard is that at least one primary entrance or other pedestrian building element must be built within 10 feet of the front property line. So this door that you see here facing onto 3rd Street is within 8 feet. So it meets the question is it a primary door? It certainly is secondary to the one that you see facing the north side. And if you look at the interior of the building, here is the main entrance, the double doors right along here. And here is this door facing the street, the public door. But it is accessed next to an area on the floor plans that are called an exit hall, which would suggest to me that this is an exit-only door. It also does not have good visibility from the cashier counter, which, if anyone in retail knows, you don't want to have an exposed door like that where you can't have any visibility. So to me, this is maybe an exit door, maybe an exit emergency only door, but it's certainly going to be difficult to make it a primary entrance door. So the question is, can they create some opportunities around this entryway to link it stronger and create a storefront along 3rd Avenue? And here's the street section that I think you saw in Heath's letter with the street trees that would be planted along the face of the building. So I did want to mention there were letters also received from Kay Snodgrass on January 6th from Heath, which he mentioned his response to the conditional use permit criteria, from David Pugh on April 5th, and Robert Yande, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, on April 1st. So this is a public a hearing. Please take testimony and deliberate on the record, and we'll reflect findings of fact and conditions of law in a future meeting on May 4th, if that's your direction. I would just say that there are a number of minor design issues which also have not been addressed yet. The applicant indicated that they are going to buffer and screen the service area, but we have not seen a detail for that. There's also some provisions in code related to, I can't find it, loading zones, and there seems to be a lot of area on the site for loading, but it's not indicated on the lighting. And there are very specific details in the lighting chapter of the zoning code, which would need to be adhered to, and they've represented that they will do so, but we've not seen any details on that. So a condition, if you move ahead with approval, there should be a condition of approval on lighting meeting the standards under the code. I think, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, that completes our presentation. We did suggest some changes to the site design and to the design of the building to better achieve what we think would be the design requirements related to storefronts and pedestrian character and blank walls. And one suggestion, which is, and these are not exclusive, but they go from most dramatic changes to more minor changes that you might want to consider. One is to relocate the C-store on a diagonal access in this location right here at Colorado and 3rd Street. This would provide an opportunity for great visibility from a pedestrian as well as an auto focus. It would also maybe open up an opportunity for a pedestrian amenity area on this corner in front of the store. The other is to relocate the primary entrance facing the street with parking behind. That would mean relocating this building probably this way and change all sorts of things within the site design. If the building remains in the current location, design the door from the street as the primary entrance, or move this building back, creating a pedestrian area between the entrance to the building and the street. This could include outdoor eating area, amenities of landscaping, public art. There's a whole host of variety of pedestrian amenities that could be developed in conjunction with the front of the building. And then if the building remains in the current location, add windows along that blank elevation that we looked at. And I know that takes away the men's lavatory space. But so it would require some interior changes. Think about reducing the amount of parking overall, or removing the parking from this part of the building and creating more pedestrian area in this location. Reduce the height of this canopy entrance and sign. And I think that's it. And I'm sorry for rambling, and I got a frog in my throat. I apologize. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Does anybody have any questions for Diane? Okay, so hearing no questions. So now we can move to the public hearing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I just wanted to remind people that are here to speak about this project that we want to limit the time to 4 or 5 minutes max. And if someone before you has spoken about what you're going to speak about, maybe just a comment from you saying you support the person that just spoke before you. There's no need to rehash things. And then if you are calling, or if you're on a call rather than on a PC, to unmute your microphone, you need to hit *6. So without having the advantage of seeing people in the audience who have already signed up, or would have in a normal environment already signed up, I'm just going to have to ask anybody who is here to speak for or about or against this project to be patient, and if you can raise your hand, or you can unmute your microphone and give your name and address, and then state your piece, and then we'll move to the next person. Any questions on that? Okay, then we'll go ahead and take hearing from anybody that's here to speak about, for, or against the project. Remember to hit *6 to unmute if you're on the phone. Okay, should we give them a little more time, or?
I think so, Commissioner Tunnell. It looks like there's quite a few people on the phone.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, this is Kay and Roger Snodgrass, 205 Colorado Street in McCall. And We agree with everything that Matt and Jennifer said in their letter to the commission earlier. I think you have it on your agenda, but we have a couple other things. Every school day, 6 buses travel west on Colorado Street between 7:30 and 8 a.m. The increased traffic that is expected if the Maverick station is approved makes it dangerous for
Is this Wayne?
Colorado.
Yeah, Wayne, you probably come along probably within the next 20 minutes. Okay, bye.
Sorry for the interruption there. Continue.
Okay. Also, there's a lot of teens and pre-teens pedestrian traffic that go up Colorado and First Street going to the Harshman State Park. And they're going to be in more danger due to the increased traffic. We do not feel that these meet cup condition number 4. Also, there's a vacant land between Colorado and Stibnite halfway up on Colorado Street that is going to be developed. That's going to add additional traffic. Also, there's another spot that they started to develop a few years back on First Street. And we don't think that if you do approve it, they should eliminate the exit on Colorado from the Maverick station to avoid traffic congestion. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. No, this is not meant to have any questions. Just have you state what your concerns are and what your recommendations are, and so noted. So thank you very much.
We're 100% against the project.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Tunnel, I have received a letter that was requested we be read into the record this afternoon.
Okay.
So this is from, and I hope I'm pronouncing her name right, Aline Dickey. So it says, I am Aline Dickey and I own the property at 501 North First Street. My property is just a few hundred yards from the proposed Maverick Superstore. I'm opposed to this fueling station facility being built close to residential and small businesses. At this proposed location, it will draw large 18-wheel vehicles into our main and side street tourist areas. I propose and support this fueling superstore be built outside of McCall before the bypass to limit the traffic for the safety of our tourist and school children. This type and size of business is not what we want in the middle of our beautiful little town. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Aline Dickey.
Okay, thank you.
This is Matt Hurlbut.
Deborah Wal-
300.
Go ahead, Matt.
This is Deborah Waldron. Can you hear me?
We have two of you on there. I think the first person I heard was Matt Hurlbut. Yeah.
Good evening, council members. Yeah, my name is Matt Hurlbut. My wife, Jennifer, son, Billy, and I reside at 300 Colorado Street. Our property is the property that's directly connected to the Maverick site. I'm calling in tonight to urge and plead the council to not allow Maverick to move forward with its current plan to develop a gas station on 3rd and Colorado Street. To be clear, we're not against Maverick gas stations. We just believe it's in the wrong spot. We consider this our part of, the entrance to the core, which could become, the core could expand to get bigger. Our town has been growing rapidly, and we don't want to see, the land get overrun by gas stations. A gas station this size, we feel like should be outside of town, in more of an industrial setting. by comparison to other resort towns like Jackson Hole, their Maverick's located 2 miles from the downtown core. Park City is located 1.2 miles from the downtown corridor. You know, why should we be treated any differently? The current location that is being proposed will only bring more people through our city that may otherwise take the bypass, causing further unnecessary traffic, in our opinion. Another question, as direct neighbors, I believe the last meeting we were told we were going to be contacted for a neighborhood meeting. That we never received a letter of any type of neighborhood meeting. I'm no expert, but I thought that was required before they could even present to you guys. Why didn't this happen? We feel cheated and belittled, and that we weren't contacted. You know, their plan is to, you know, they addressed the dumpster issue. It's still, you know, that bothers us. There's truck and car light pollution, loud noise. It's just it's gonna be a disaster for our neighborhood, us personally. Going to depreciate our property values. We're just adamantly against it. There's a lot of issues we believe that they're not meeting with the CUP. CUP Condition 2, the McCall Comprehensive Plan currently calls for gas stations to be moved to the outskirts of town. Let's follow the plan. The corner of 55 and Boydston is the proposed location. Or move it far south of town. CUP number 3.
Hey, excuse me, Matt, I wanted to interrupt. You know, the commissioners all received your letter.
Okay.
And all of that information, I believe, is in the letter. And not to say that it's not important, but we just, in the interest of time, and we have a lot of other people that it appears want to speak about this. So if you could just keep it from, you know, from new items from what you had in your letter, because we all received that.
Okay, well, I guess I'll end with, you know, they're saying that their new building is unique to Maverick. Well, that's not true. Not that I want this, but their Maverick in Jackson Hole is pretty famous. I'm opposed to that model too, for the record. I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your time, commissioners. We really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Deborah Walgren, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Deborah.
Thank you. I just wanted to state that I agree.
Can you give your, I'm sorry, can you give your address for the record?
You bet. 1417 Paul Bunyan Road, McCall.
Thank you.
I just wanted to state I agree with the letter that was written and also with Matt Hurlbut. I believe this does not comply with conditions 3, 8, and 12. Minimal negative economic impact, I think, you know, that's up for debate, but I think the Shell station right across the street will definitely see some negative economic impact. Number 8, the fact that they still have RV fueling stations in it. I am glad that they reduced it down to 6, but the fact that they still have 2 RV fueling stations is going to bring those RVs into our corridor. I believe we need to put this south of town so that people on their way to Riggins, whatever, can use the bypass and we don't attract that into our core. But I think one of the main reasons is that, like Matt mentioned, I believe that our tourist sector, the businesses, the shops are going to expand. They're going to expand to Colorado Street. We're going to have a large and thriving tourist district at some point, and a gas station is not an appropriate use in that area, and it is not appropriate for the character of the neighborhood that we want in there. I know we're not allowed to address this, but I would be leery that they can't tell you the plans for what's going to happen to the old Maverick. What if they keep the 6 pumps at the old Maverick and the 6 pumps at the new, and then they get their 12 that they originally wanted in the first place? They may not tear down that old Maverick, and you'll end up with 2 Maverick stations. I've seen it happen in other towns. Anyway, I appreciate your time on this, and I will leave it at that. Thank you so much for all you do for our community.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Katie Hudson. I live at 423 Colorado Street with my husband, and we just wanted to share our thoughts in opposition, basically agreeing with everything that people have said before us and everything in Matt and Jen's letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
This is Wayne Rummeling.
And your address?
Thank you. Yes, my home address 1050 Fireweed here in McCall. I also am an owner in Colorado Commons, the property just north on Colorado Street, 303 Colorado Street, Epicoast Design. I want to just voice my support for everything that's been said up to this point. I'm doing it by phone, sorry, so I don't have my exact list, but I want to say that I think this is non-compliant on multiple levels. I would say number one, at the large scale level, this goes against all the community's planning efforts for the last 25 years since I've been here in town, where the goal has been to move gas stations out to the perimeter. I think zooming into the next level of detail, the CUP conditions, again, I'm doing this extemporaneously, but there's several of the conditions that are not met in terms of noise, fumes, lights, 24/7 operation. And then all the way down to the design of the building, I really don't understand why the staff report even suggests that the building could stay in its current location when there are several locations in the code which say that the parking needs to be beside or behind with building on the corner. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Katie. Can you hear me?
Yes. Give your full name and address, please.
Katie Wellborn, 500 North 3rd Street. I'm the owner of Cafe 634, the neighbor to the north of the proposed project. I just wanted to say that everything everyone said before me, I agree with, and I agree with the letter from Matt and Jennifer. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? I see a lot of people out there on the line, so if anybody wants to speak, now's the time to do it. Okay. Anybody else? And one last chance to speak about the project before we close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, this is Heath Clark. Are we going to be given an opportunity to rebut?
Yes. So I'm going to go ahead, hearing no additional comments from the public. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And the applicant, I think this is the right chain of events, Michelle or Diane, to have the applicant respond to some of the comments.
Yes, that would be correct.
All right. The applicant has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to share my screen here again. Kind of go over a couple of things that were presented in the staff report, and then also some of the items that were raised during the public testimony. One thing I want to start with is, the comment in the staff report about this being out, the 4,000 foot structure being out of scale with the rest of the area. And what I've shown here is what the rest of the area is. That 4,000 square foot building is in fact smaller than many of the buildings in this immediate area, including the Rustic Inn building to the south of us. You know, you got the 3rd Street Inn that dwarfs it. We've got other buildings to the north. It's smaller than the buildings that are going to be taken down. So I think when we're talking about it, whether it's out of scale, I think we have to say out of scale with what? It's, you know, this is what the existing community looks like. Let's talk about pedestrian character. I talked to Michelle about this the other day, and it's a tough one to balance, right? Because this is, what is this use? It's a gas station with a convenience store. We have done, I think, exemplary work to be able to integrate this use with pedestrian elements. But I want to make a point that, if pedestrian uses were the be-all, end-all with regard to this use, then a gas station and convenience store wouldn't be a conditional use in this zone. So those two pieces have to be balanced. This is a use that's largely catering to the traveling public, but we've redesigned the building to incorporate these pedestrian elements. We should be given credit for that pedestrian doorway. It is not an exit-only door. I discussed that with Diane last week. It is going to include monitoring. It's going to be a full access, and those types of doors have been successful in other locations and for other clients that I have that have done convenience stores. I also want to talk about some of the code requirements that Diane mentioned. So let's talk first about the blank walls. So I've got the blank wall design guideline here. This is the actual guideline. Avoid blank walls on all street facades. A street facade is defined here as any wall abutting a dedicated public street. We don't have a blank wall against the public street. I also, and we talked about this one as well, this I think is the way that Diane's suggesting that the building should be reoriented because of this focus on the primary building entrance. But on the maximum setback build-to line code, what it actually says is at least one primary building entrance or other pedestrian building element shall be within 10 feet of the front property line. And we very clearly have a pedestrian building element that we've added. I'm going to circle back to a couple elements in the staff report because I think, or the staff presentation, because I think that they're a good way to end. So, in the meantime, let me talk a little bit about some of the issues that some of the neighbors have brought up. With regard to the neighborhood meeting, we did send a neighborhood meeting letter to everyone on the list that the city provided. We did also record the meeting, made it available to anyone who was interested to review. We provided that to staff. I don't know, if the Hurlbuts didn't receive it, I don't know why, because they would be within the 300 feet, but we did provide let the notice to everyone on the list the city provided to us. With regard to traffic, most of the traffic to this site is expected to be drive-bys, along Highway 55. But I think what we have to focus on here is that ITD has reviewed those intersections. They've reviewed the improvements and they've approved the approaches. That includes the intersection designs, which are all going to be improved with this project to be able to accommodate the traffic that it'll generate, which was studied by ITD in connection with their review. So the traffic has been analyzed, and then we are also, the city's public works folks have looked at the improvements on Colorado, and we're going to continue that conversation with them. But those intersections have been reviewed by ITD, and they meet safety standards. A little bit more about the site. I can't emphasize enough, this is not going to draw 18-wheelers into the city because this does not have any high volume pumps in it that would work for an 18-wheeler. This is for passenger vehicles only. It is only 6 pumps. So we're not going to be bringing 18-wheelers into the city with this. Again, this is the smallest type of convenience store that Maverick builds. It's smaller, again, than the buildings that are actually being taken down. Now, another item that's been mentioned a couple times is that gas stations are required by the comp plan to be moved out of the downtown. I don't know where that comes from. That's not a requirement. The comprehensive plan is the policy document. The code is what puts the comprehensive plan into effect. There is no code requirement that the gas stations be not allowed in this location. In fact, they're a conditional use. The comprehensive plan doesn't even use the word gas station. So I'm trying to figure out where that comes from, but I think where it comes from is my final point. I know that there has been discussion of wanting to move Highway 55 out of the downtown and relocate it. I know also that is not something that's actually in the code. It's not something that is squarely reflected in the comp plan even. Again, the comp plan speaks to a freight bypass. I know that is, and I think the way Diane put it was that that's a future policy position that the city would like to see. Well, we can't, as a private property owner, be held to future policy positions that the city would like to see. All we can do is live up to the code as it exists as of the time that we filed our application. Now, we don't think that we're in violation of that concept of Highway 55 being relocated. But if we were, there's just not a standard that says that you can't have a gas station here. It is a conditional use. Similarly, I think Diane mentioned that it doesn't meet the quality of design the city is looking for in its commercial buildings, but we don't know what that means. We've provided drawings and elevations that we think do meet the design guidelines, and we've been very specific in what we've provided. With regard to some of the changes to the site design, like restricting the height of the building, obviously we're within code. We're not asking for any waivers of code. And so, I think in this case, while I'm definitely sympathetic to planning goals and the direction that folks want to go in the future, in order for us to have a functional process here at this stage, we need to know what the rules are. And so we're asking the city to apply those rules as they exist and as they're reflected in code. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions, and I'll conclude my presentation.
Hello?
Thank you. This is Commissioner Tunnell. Just one question for you that have you thought about the impact on the property if you eliminated the Colorado Street entrance and exit?
Yeah, Commissioner Tunnell. Yeah, we have it really makes it puts a lot of pressure on the other two entrances. It also is an entrance that there really is not a traffic impact that would justify closing it. We feel like we need it to make the site function well, and we don't see a traffic impact that would justify closing it off.
So can you explain to me how that it helps reduce the impact on the other two locations, but it doesn't impact the traffic on Colorado?
Commissioner Tunnell, I'm going to pull up a slide to try to, and I'm not sure I necessarily understand the question, but
to clarify, I thought I heard that you said that you needed the Colorado Street entrance and exit to help alleviate additional traffic on the 3rd Street. So how can eliminating, so if you eliminated that, but you also said that the Colorado Street traffic entrance and exit would not impact traffic on Colorado. so I guess there's where my question is that if it won't impact the traffic on Colorado, then why do you need it to keep the traffic from being too much off of 3rd Street?
Commissioner Tunnel, if I said it won't impact the traffic on Colorado, then I misspoke. Obviously, there's going to be new traffic generated there. The question is, does that entrance function in a way that doesn't create a safety concern? And the answer to that is that it does function without creating a safety concern, and it's been studied by the relevant highway authorities, and they don't have an issue with it. If you look at the site plan, if we eliminate the Colorado Street entrance, then all of the site traffic is coming in and out in these two locations. Certainly that site circulation isn't going to function as well. And I'd also point out that we're restricting down on the south. We're doing a common access with Rustic Inn in order to try to reduce the number of entries onto Highway 55. We think that's also a benefit. But yeah, I mean, my point before was not to say that there's no impact on Colorado Street, and obviously that's not the standard for any of this, that there would be no impact. The question is whether there's a safety concern, and there's certainly not.
Okay, well,
Can I interject? I'm on the phone.
I'm sorry, excuse me, the public hearing is over. And so the comments
I'm sorry, I
are
missed it. I never got a letter. I never got a letter from the Maverick, so I'm sorry.
okay. All right. At any rate, sorry to interject, but at this point in time, the conversation is between the commissioners and the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
So back to the one more question on the Colorado Street. Is there thought been given to eliminate the left turn going west out of the project site onto Colorado and just have entry and egress out of there to the 3rd Street?
Mr. Chair, no. And this would again go to the question of whether there's a safety concern that's actually triggered here. I mean, is there a specific issue that I could maybe try to address on that front? To get to the cause rather than the symptom rather than the cure.
Well, that's a good question. I guess what I'm trying to get to is to whether or not you've analyzed it, because I don't know what percentage of traffic is going to be going left to the west onto Colorado. Mm-hmm. I can understand why you'd want the circulation, and there seems to be a fair amount of public comment anyway that's concerned about traffic generated by this 3rd Street location onto Colorado, and I guess that's the reason for my question.
I understand. Yeah, and we'd be happy to look into that and evaluate the impact it would have on the site. And obviously this is, what we're hoping for out of this is, a recommendation that we could take to the city council. And in the meantime, there's going to be some things that we need to work out in terms of some of these engineering details with the Public Works Department. And that could be something that we could look at and evaluate.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So do any other commissioners have questions at this point of the applicant?
Hi, this is Jennifer Hurlbut. Can I ask a follow-up information question?
I'm sorry, Jennifer. The public hearing has been closed, and so the conversation now is between the applicant and the city planners and the commission.
It's very simple.
That's just the process that we have to live with.
Rebuttal?
No, not on the part of the public, the general public.
I'd like an attendance list and a recording.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, back to the question for the commissioners. Any questions, comments? Okay, Diane.
Broyles?
Yes, Scott, go ahead.
Certainly. I want to talk economic impact in a different way. There's substantial economic impact to Maverick if they close one and can't open another. That's correct. Is it not?
Yeah. It would
So
seem to be.
there's a substantial economic impact to the city if you close the other one and don't open the new one. Isn't that correct? I mean, big impact. You pay us some taxes. Some sales taxes.
Commissioner Broyles, this is Heath. I don't know if that question was directed to me, but obviously Maverick is a significant operator in the market. We're hoping to have a long-term presence here with a site that, is within our control and ownership, that is developed in a way that is going to be accommodative to both Maverick's needs and the city's, desires, for the next several decades. So, and that in itself will generate significant economic impact. I also look at the economic impact of providing all of these infrastructure improvements for the entirety of the block, without requiring public cost. So, I see no negative economic impact to this whatsoever, and in fact, significant positive economic impact.
So do I. Thank you, sir.
Okay, any other commissioner questions to the applicant before we take it back to the city planner? Okay, thank you, Heath, and thank you to the public for their comments. And at this point, we'll get the additional information from the city planner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I just wanted to mention that the city public works representative is on the call. I don't know if you had any questions of them or not, but I did want to make you aware of that. Just a couple comments related to Mr. Clark's responses. I think our intention was to talk about the scale of the use, not the building, in terms of the amount of land that's incorporated to accommodate the use and the amount of pavement. That was our intent, that really is out of scale with most of the other structures along that street. I wasn't clear if the citation to 34031, the Bill 2 line, that there is a door there. I want to make it clear there is a door there, and I was glad to hear the representation that will be a door that will be open. And if this moves forward, I certainly would suggest that become a condition of approval, that during the operation, that door is open to the public from the street, and then that would meet that Bill 2 requirement as long as you identify that, you see that as a primary entrance. And then I think we have a record of the neighborhood meeting and date. So if there's any to clarify that any further, we can do that.
So, I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Tunnell again. So anybody who would like a list that's open to their ability to get from you?
Yes, that's public information, and I think the recording is public information as well, if someone wants to.
Yeah, I will just say that what the city has on hand in looking at the file is the affidavit of the posting and the mailing. It looks like it was done in November, though, when they first submitted, so that would have been their first, when they first submitted their application. For the record, we do not have the list of who was mailed the notice or the recording, so that might be something we need to get from the applicant for the file.
But, okay, but you gave it to the applicant, or the city gave it to the applicant to make the mailing?
Mailing and posting is the responsibility of the applicant, and then they provide us an affidavit that they completed that task. So we have those affidavits that are dated from November of 2020.
This is Broyles. Let me clarify what I think is going on. You provided them a list. That lady wants to see, they want to see the list. You provided it, you ought to have it.
I don't believe that's accurate.
So actually, I'm just opening up a different file. We do have a file that says resident list within 300 feet. And it looks as though there are 22 people on that list, or 22 entities. But as I mentioned, this was last year when they first submitted their application. So it was not renoticed as far as I know, unless Heath has some additional information that I don't have.
Isn't it standard that the applicant gets his own list? The city doesn't provide that, do they?
We do not provide the list.
Yeah, the city does not provide the list of the applicants within 300 feet. The applicant is responsible for that.
Well, maybe we can. Go ahead, Heath.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So if I said that, I misunderstood what happened. So there was a list that was prepared, everyone within the 300 feet. There was a meeting that was held on January 6th. We had a number of the letters that we sent out that came back either non-deliverable or unreturned. I think it might have been because of a number of PO boxes. We provided, we coordinated that meeting with Morgan Besaw. Immediately after the hearing, or the neighborhood meeting, I should say, was done, we provided a copy or a link to the recording of the meeting to Morgan. Michelle, I think I sent that to you late last week, the email with the link in it.
That could be. And I have a question for our city attorney. Bill, are you still on the line?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm just reviewing the list that they have provided us. It looks like they're all physical addresses, and we don't have mail delivery in McCall. Are they responsible in providing the PO, the actual mailing addresses, and not just the physical?
So the question, as I understand it, is you're asking if they're required to mail just to the physical address or to find the mailing address as well, or can you clarify?
Yeah, because it looks like the list that we have, at least the November list, it's the resident notice, and they're all physical addresses and not mailing addresses like PO boxes.
Well, I mean, I don't know how they'd find the PO boxes. Let me look at the ordinance really quick and get back to you. Give me 2 or 3 minutes.
Sorry to put you on the spot and that we didn't have this clarified in advance, but it seemed to be a huge issue that came up in the public comment.
That's what I'm here for.
Michelle?
Yeah.
This is Rachel. I also just wanted to mention that in the neighborhood meeting file is where the information with the link that Heath was discussing is placed.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, are we back to, I think we're back to the information you were talking about, Diane, sorry, I kind of lost where we are.
I think our recommendation for your discussion is that you go through the criteria for a conditional use permit and have that be the framework for commenting, and that'll help us a lot in moving ahead.
So, and Michelle, I have an answer to your question if now is a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you look at 31503 subpart C, and it says the applicant shall give notice by regular first-class U.S. mail or personal delivery and shall provide an affidavit or proof of such notice to each owner of property of record as shown on the records obtained from the Valley County Assessor's Office or a commercial title company doing business in the county or city. So the notice would go as depicted in that record.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you for the clarification.
Got it.
Okay, I know, Diane, I know you covered some of the items before we opened the public hearing. Was that essentially your staff report, or did you have some additional items to add to that?
No, that was essentially our staff report. On page 5 of our report, we listed the criteria for conditional use permit. And there's a narrative that follows that, which I think I went over in the presentation.
And Commissioner Tunnell, just as a reminder, in the past, when we've considered conditional use permit applications, the commission's actually gone through criteria by criteria to see if it meets or does not meet each criteria. So we would recommend that as the process. And make sure that you have some discussion about each of those so we have enough information on the record to prepare any decision documents.
Okay, yeah, that's that's what I was afraid you were going to tell me. Because I know it's a process. So, but just so that I am clear, you're looking for what at the as the end result would be any recommended changes to be able to meet a conditional use, any one of the 12 or 13 items. You're looking for a recommendation that we would give to you, that you would then work with the applicant for the May meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, the commission has the ability to approve, deny, or continue the application and request more information. But if there is something that you feel could be mitigated, it's important to let us know.
Okay.
And keep in mind, it is ultimately a recommendation to City Council.
Correct. Okay, let's see.
Bill Punkany, do you have anything else to add to that?
No, I think that's a pretty good summary. I mean, what I've seen in the past with other boards I represent and this board as well is you can just go sort of write down the list, and the board can sort of discuss each of their criteria, and then in the end make a recommendation to staff with respect to drafting findings of fact and conclusions of law. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so maybe, unfortunately, I don't have the list in front of me. I've only got, well, I got your screen, but I can't read it. Can't get it large enough.
Zoom that in.
Yeah, that's what yeah, if you wouldn't mind. Okay, so I can see that. Thank you. So essentially what you're suggesting that we do at this point as a commission is go 1 through 12 or 13, whatever it is, and answer those questions. And if we can't satisfactorily answer them, we put that aside and have further discussion on each of those items. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
All right, well, let's look at item number 1. Does the conditional use permit shall be granted only if the commission finds that the use as applied for in the fact will, number 1, constitute a conditional use authorized in the zone involved. So I'm seeking comments from the commissioners. Anybody have a concern that isn't being met?
And I think staff can fill you in on what that means, but this is a conditional use authorized in the zone. If I'm not incorrect, Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that is correct. So one is very easy.
Yeah.
That's the easy part.
All right, we're making progress.
And
So-
you only have 4 commissioners tonight, so that makes it even easier.
That's true. Yeah. So the item number 2 is, will this be harmonious with and in accord with the general objectives and with any specific objectives of the comprehensive plan and or this title?
Mr. Broyles, I believe the answer to that is yes.
And if the commission's not familiar with those general objectives of the comp plan, maybe staff can just do a quick summary of that.
Do you feel any of the other commissioners feel that they need further information or edification before they say yes or no?
This Commissioner Lyons, I agree. I think it, with several things that it does apply, that would be a yes to that.
And, this is Commissioner Tunnell. I agree it would be a yes.
I as well.
Okay, number 3, can we find that the use is applied for, in fact, will be designed, constructed, operated, and maintained to be harmonious and appropriate in appearance with the existing or likely character of the neighborhood, and that such will not change the essential character of the surrounding area?
This is Commissioner Lyons. I would say that was yes. I mean, with the current buildings there being in such disrepair and basically falling in on themselves, I think it's a definite improvement, especially the sidewalks all the way to the corner. I personally walked that area this winter, and with the plowing, there is no way to walk from that area farther south without being in the middle of the road. So with the amount of people that do come from southern part of McCall walking, it's for me a prime option to get that sidewalk extended and definitely be some safety and help the area. Again, the buildings are, if you look at the old cafe, the roof is falling in on itself and, a hazard.
Yeah.
Mr. Broyles, I agree with Commissioner Lyons. I tried one winter carnival walking that side of the street from downtown out to Ridley's. You can't do it without being out in the street. The improvements that they're making, including some that belong to the state of Idaho, they've stepped way up. And the other thing is they're going to fix that runoff drain water problem for several hundred acres. That's a win for us. And so I say that's a yes.
Joanna?
I struggle with this one. I agree. It's obviously an improvement of what's there. I struggle with the design aspect of it. I don't think it is McCall classic. I think it is still very industrial. Even more so than going further into the business district. I just don't think it is very harmonious with the surrounding other buildings, especially as a corridor to our business district in our downtown.
Well, and I agree with you as far as some of the design aspects, but I think, and this is more of a something maybe we could get some help from staff, but I think that can be addressed in the design review portion. Because I don't disagree with you that it doesn't seem to be quite the, harmonious look that I would am used to seeing in renovated and restored buildings in McCall. So the question, I guess, would be to the staff, can we address this in the design review section?
This is Commissioner Lyons. I mean, if you look at some of the other buildings, the 634 location is still the look of a gas station. The building to the north of that, I think, it's less attractive than what this is. I think they've definitely made some improvements from the previous one. The hotel across the street is nothing that really jumps out at you. So, I mean, I think this is one of the nicer looking buildings in that area. But I also agree that it could have some additional improvements. Or need some additional improvements, I should say.
Right. So can we, amongst the commissioners, can we agree to address those concerns that we might have in the design review process as opposed to item 3 as a conditional use, meeting the conditional use?
Sure.
Okay, I think we can too. So if we're good, are we good to move on? So item number 3 has been met. So number 4 is that this application not be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood of such proposed uses.
This is Commissioner Lyons. I think definitely with the sidewalk, and getting rid of the bad, the falling down buildings is a plus. I do like the idea of potentially not having the left-hand turn onto Colorado. I would think that would limit or hopefully reduce the traffic flow in Colorado going to the west. So I think if you were able to come out and do a right turn only and an entrance only, it would still keep the flow of traffic through there, because I really don't think you're going to have that much go down Colorado, but it would definitely reduce that. So I would personally like to see that left-hand turn onto Colorado or removed from Colorado if that could work, because I think that would definitely, again, reduce the flow down there. But I do think otherwise it's an improvement to the safety in that area, mainly along the highway.
Okay. Scott?
And there is also, there is also additional, keep in mind, there is additional sidewalk down Stibnite that you get a fair amount of traffic from kids from the high school coming up potentially that way too. So there is at least the start of some sidewalk from that way that's a little safer, because that intersection right there on Stibnite, you got cars coming in from both directions, the buses. So I think that's a plus to at least have that distance of sidewalk as well.
Yep, good point. Scott?
Yeah.
Okay. Joanna?
I would agree.
Okay, I think we can.
Agree. I'm okay.
Okay, so if we right now, I'm gonna make a note that we'd like to at least revisit the issue on maybe eliminating the left turn onto Colorado.
Commissioner Tunnel, I think you may want to hear from engineering when you start talking about suggested traffic changes, because some of these designs are based on ITD comments as well as traffic reports.
Well, and I guess, yeah, and I would guess that that if we decide to make this a condition that would be met, we would definitely make sure that it's something that isn't going to create a safety issue instead of trying to prevent one.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to kind of get the ones that we have questions on notify or ID'd, and then move on. Then we can come back and revisit them.
Okay.
All right, so number 5, this application would not cause any substantially harmful environmental consequences to any land or waters within the planning jurisdiction. I don't personally see any concerns there.
I would agree.
This broils, I agree. In fact, to the opposite, I think they're fixing a number of environmental problems. So I'm wholeheartedly think that's true, that yes.
Okay.
I agree as well.
Okay, number 6, not create excessive additional public costs for public facilities and services and will not be detrimental to the economic welfare of the community.
I agree. I think I'm a yes.
I would agree as well. It's not really changing anything. It's just moving the location.
I agree. And if you look at some areas, I mean, there was a comment regarding being next to another gas station there. And I guess there's other food. Well, there's three current food locations between Old Town, Growlers, and 634. But if you go to other areas, I mean, they kind of cluster together. So usually they have one, and some people can go to different ones. So I don't see it necessarily hurting the other locations as well.
Yeah.
So I agree on that.
Okay, I agree as well. So that one is met. Number 7, be served adequately by essential public facilities and services, including highways, streets, police and fire protection, drainage structures, refuse disposal, water and sewer, and schools. The applicant may be required as a condition of approval to mitigate any deficient public service. Anybody see any issues there?
It's broils, and no, they've already voluntarily stepped up to mitigate.
I agree. I don't see any issues.
I agree.
Okay, I do as well. Can you move it up a little bit? I can't read the rest of number 8. Whoever's in control of the.
Yeah, that's Rachel. Do you mind scrolling up? Great.
There we go. Thank you. So number 8, not involve uses, activities, processes, materials, equipment, or conditions of operation that will cause unreasonable production of traffic, noise, smoke, fumes, glare, odors, or other forms of pollution.
Read again, please, Scott.
Okay, it says the applicant's use of this will not involve uses, activities, processes, materials, equipment, or conditions of operation that will cause unreasonable production of traffic, noise, smoke, fumes, glare, odors, or other forms of pollution.
I agree, but the question is how you define reasonable and unreasonable, but I don't think it will.
I agree. And however, I think they might be able to, at least staff could work with them and maybe, I mean, it sounds like they've already increased kind of the buffer next to the Hurlbut property. Maybe look a little closer to that if they could make that denser or higher or something, to maybe a berm plus the trees or something to create a better buffer between that property and the Hurlbuts to reduce as much as they can for any glare or noise to their property.
I agree, especially with what Commissioner Lyons just said.
Okay, and I agree as well. So number 9, have vehicular approaches to the property so designed as not to create a detrimental interference with traffic on surrounding public or private thoroughfares or adversely affect the pedestrian environment.
I think, quite frankly, I would throw that to staff. You work that out.
I think I would agree with the exception of the left turn. And clearly Idaho Department of Transportation have already done a study regarding that. And if there was anything at this point, they would definitely have said something. But again, with the exception of possibly looking at with approval from them and the applicant to remove that left turn onto Colorado.
And I would agree as well, especially with the removal of the left turn.
Okay, and I'm in agreement as well. So number 10, not result in the destruction, loss, or damage of an important natural, scenic, or historic feature.
This Broyles, that seems to me basically true.
The only thing that there's halfway historic is the old Woodman Cafe, and it needs to be buried. So.
I'm not even sure you can define that as historic.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we all agree on that. So number 11, be on a site of sufficient size to accommodate the proposed use, including the yards, open spaces, snow storage, walls, fences, parking areas, loading zones, and design standards applicable.
I think it is, and I know staff had mentioned the reduced parking, but more and more we were losing more and more parking around. I like the idea of the extra parking. I also would almost assuredly see that the 634 customers will probably park there because there's limited parking that's available to them, especially with the building next to them that's doing more short-term vacation rentals above it, which is going to take up that parking. So I think the parking would be a plus, in my opinion.
Okay, any other comments, or is that a yes?
I'm a yes.
I would agree.
Yeah, and myself as well. So number 12, have a minimal negative economic impact on the neighborhood or surrounding community.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes. I think, again, getting rid of the blighted buildings is going to actually improve some of the area. And maybe a gas station is not 100% what they would want, but in that, again, that conditional or that zoning, you're going to get something, and you could potentially get something that would be dramatically different and worse. But again, I think when you cluster uses, which this would be both a little bit in the gas station use and the restaurant and also convenience store, kind of I don't see it negatively impacting.
And I would agree as well. So that's a met. So that leaves out of all of the items, number 4 with a question of a condition, I guess. So Michelle or Diane, if you can help me, and I know we don't want to, blanket statement to say that we don't want to have, or we want to have something taken away, but we don't want to do that without making sure that the transportation department, the city works department, so on, haven't already addressed an issue that can't be seen.
Yeah, and Commissioner Tunnell, they are available on the phone if you want to hear from them because they've looked at this quite extensively.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to
I
speak
think
to
we
the
have
rest.
our staff engineer as well as our public works director available.
Okay, well, let's start at the top. Public Works.
This is Broyles. I want to hear from everybody.
Commissioner Tunnell, this is Nathan Stewart, Public Works Director, City Engineer. I think over the last hour, we've heard a lot of good discussion. My team in Public Works has worked with ITD as well as city planning to come up with some of the infrastructure improvements and issues and solutions that's been presented tonight, and they are significant. Particularly, I wanted to point out this discussion about a left turn lane onto Colorado. There are a number of reasons why a left turn or access onto Colorado are beneficial to the community. The neighborhood in particular may benefit and may not, depending on your perspective. Our core focus when we look at these things is to ensure access can be utilized and that congestion can be limited. So our access management guidelines specifically encourage using Colorado to access this property so that it would reduce congestion on State Highway 55. Allowing vehicles to turn west onto Colorado eliminates congestion at that intersection. Residents, customers, businesses that may need to use Colorado Street to access this business, whether they're going to get gas or they're going to grab food, could benefit from being able to access this location off of Colorado. So in our review, the idea of limiting exit traffic going westbound, although may satisfy some immediate preferences by property owners, I do think you have to look at the overall benefit to the community and how people will access those things. Lastly, the way that would happen is you would have a sign that would say no left turns leaving the Maverick, and enforcement of that would be very, very difficult. So I think that's something to consider if the commission feels very strongly about that. We generally want to encourage multiple ways in which people can access these types of businesses, whether they're on bikes following the traffic rules of vehicles or whether they're on foot. And so I think maintaining two-way traffic, knowing full well that there will be increased development in that area there's a number of undeveloped lots, and then making sure that the Colorado Street improvements at the intersection ensure a northbound or an eastbound left turn lane are two things that we thought were really important in their design. Happy to answer any other questions.
So I guess, yeah, thank you, Nathan. That's it makes sense. I was just thinking in my mind that might be the first intersection in McCall that you would want to turn left on in the summertime instead of right. So, anybody else have any questions of Nathan? Okay. So at this point, I guess we can just, if any of the commissioners have any additional questions or suggestions or concerns, we can talk about those, and then we'll look for a motion either to recommend approval or denial of the CUP.
Yeah.
Michelle?
Yes.
Is the attorney still there?
Yes, I believe he is.
So can we, these kinds of votes are difficult at best, but we have the conditional use permits. We have codes, we have the comprehensive plan for a reason. And so what I would like maybe to have some information from the attorney on is just a reminder again of what it takes to meet or to approve a conditional use permit for an applicant. Kind of a synopsis, if it's possible to get him to kind of elaborate on that.
Sure. So, Mr. Chairman, the typical process that I've seen is that you've gone through each of these steps, and then the idea would be that you would authorize staff to draft findings and conclusions that are consistent with the discussion and with the direction that you've given on each of those, and then you'd vote on those findings and conclusions once they're complete at the next meeting. Michelle, is that how you guys run these?
Yes.
I didn't hear Michelle's response.
Yeah. So that is how we typically do it. Diane, do you feel like you have enough information, or are there still items that you feel like the commission needs to address?
No, I think there's some additional conversations that we'll have with the applicant in terms of some missing pieces, primarily related to the design review. But in terms of your discussion on the conditional use permit, I think we have enough to go on.
Okay, great.
So let me try a motion if it's appropriate at this time. I'd make a motion using Bill's language that we direct the Planning Commission to make findings of fact and conclusions of law consistent with our findings of.
Consistent with your discussion.
Okay, consistent with our discussion of our discussion period.
Yeah, you don't want to make findings today. We'll make those after we've got them in writing and approve them.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so we're at a point where we need a second to that motion. And this is for a recommendation to the city council to approve or deny.
No, this is for the staff to prepare findings and conclusions, which would be the recommendation. So we're a document away from the recommendation.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let's have a roll call vote.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking about it. So we have Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Cron,
Yes.
Commissioner Broyles,
Yes.
and Commissioner Tunnel.
Yes. Okay. So we still have to deal with Design Review 2034 and Scenic Route 2009.
Yes.
So we've had an opportunity to look at two different approaches to the design. We've listened to discussions about how those things might be changed. I guess at this point, again, I'm going to go back to staff and ask, is this again something that we're going to that we can ask staff to carry to the next meeting and come back with a resolution to any issues that we have?
Yeah, I think there's some details we could talk about with the applicant in terms of some conditions for the design review. There were some fundamental issues that we laid out in terms of the orientation of the building and the entrances and the blank walls. I think we'd like some feedback from the commission on if any changes in those areas would be appropriate to discuss with the applicant. There's the architecture that's been changed, so it'd be good to have some reaction from the commission about the changes that they've made in that since the December submittal.
Yeah, thank you. In looking at it, just to start the discussion, I'm not crazy about the gray or off-white or whatever the color is that of the non-stone structure part of the building. It doesn't seem to me to fit with, the character of McCall. I was looking for more brown tones and those kinds of things. And that's just, a subjective view. I thought it was interesting that they had some faux windows along the backside to break up that back panel. I wonder if that's an opportunity or an option to do on the north facing of the building on a larger scale, because it does seem to me to be a little industrial looking. And then as far as placement of the building, that's a big deal. I don't know. I guess I'm okay with it where it's at. I do have an issue with the the entrance taking you on from 3rd Street, taking you down a 20-foot hallway with bathrooms on each side. Don't find that very appealing as a pedestrian, but so I guess those are the things that concern me. And then back to Robert's concerns about the snow off of the the roofs, but I think sounds like the architect gets that and would handle it properly. So anyway, hopefully that kind of starts the ball rolling a little bit. So anybody else have any suggestions or comments?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Lyons. I agree with the gray colors with that LP siding. There are some options potentially with cedar type color. So I think the color change there would enhance it. And then also, if possible, maybe a log type siding, not really full log, but maybe some type of, if you could get some type of log siding feature on the corners of the building, or even if it was just more wood on those corner pillars that would match more of the entry sign structure. Something wood there, at least, I think would match up better. Even if it was the gray siding and those were more log instead of the dark gray, it would enhance that. So those are a couple of things. I'm okay with the entrance off the street. I think people aren't really going to care as long as that front looks nice. They're going to walk down that hallway and not even think twice about it.
This is Commissioner Khan. I would agree. I'm not wild about the metal. I think it needs to have more warmth, soften. You think of McCall, you think of the woods, you think the forest. I would like to see more log or some type of warmth. Very too industrial for my liking. I would agree the placement of the convenience store in itself can be played around with a little bit better. I was going to say, where am I now? I'm not wild about the entrance dormer. I feel like it just looks like it was just kind of patched on there. Really, I mean, it just doesn't look like unique. I mean, if you're going to have a new building, one of a kind, as Maverick was putting it earlier, I would expect to have some more interest, a little more unique for, a resort town.
Scott, do you have any suggestions? Well, one of the things that I'll throw in is one of the letters from that was submitted included a photo of a Maverick in Jackson Hole, and to me that was a unique convenience store look with a lot of wood, more mountain colors. And so, for the record, I just wanted to say that I would prefer something that had more of a style like that than what we saw here. And having said that, I know that the Mountain Modern is all the latest look, a mixture of metals and dark woods and so on is appropriate in certain degrees. So I don't know, Scott Broyles, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I do, and it's more a philosophy. I don't believe the Planning Commission is the aesthetic police, and so from my standpoint, as long as it's not enough to make anybody puke in the gutter, they can do what they want with their property. I think that, I don't know that I'd design it that way. I know the Jackson Hole building looks exceedingly like the Sisters Deli at Lake Fork. I noticed that when I looked at them. But I'm kind of up to, they've got to make money with it. Let them design it the way they think will make them the most money. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you. So do we, again, to Diane or Michelle, do you need more information from us? More specific?
I'm sorry, I think that was very helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I mean, in my view, at least, and again, for discussion point, with those comments, I would hope that staff could work with the applicant to reach a point of addressing some of those concerns. So I guess at this point I'd entertain a motion for approval or denial of the design review.
Well, and I think you're just directing staff to prepare findings and conclusions for the next meeting.
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting that.
Yeah. So if you want to do that as a motion, then.
Would design review, the landscaping would fall under design review, or would that be part of the scenic route?
It'll be scenic route is primarily focused on landscaping. Okay. But we'll prepare both findings.
Okay, someone want to make a motion then that we send this, for findings and deal with it on May 4th?
I make a motion that we direct staff to work with design review with the comments that we have provided and work with the applicant for findings of fact into the next meeting.
Great.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, scenic route 21, oh no, I'm sorry. Scenic route 2009. Robert, it sounds like you had a couple of comments to make on that first, or discussion items.
Yeah, like I say, on the landscaping, mainly the buffer towards the Hurlbut property to the west. They show some trees there and show some lower shrubs and stuff, but I'd like to see staff maybe work with them and see if maybe somewhat of a berm with additional, or at least that amount of shrubbery, maybe with some additional, just to give them some more buffer there, both with noise and lighting. I think that's kind of the biggest things I see on that. I did look at the location of the garbage can, and it is right behind the garbage can for the apartments there. So I even though it's the back of that Hurlbut property, it is kind of right next to where the other one is. and that's probably been there for many years. So I think they might be able to provide some additional, probably buffering maybe along that north, or excuse me, be the south boundary of the Hurlbut property as well, because it looks pretty minimal. But I believe the location is okay. But again, I'd like to see some, just in our discussion as there are directions to staff, is try to work with the applicant on some additional buffering around the east and south border of the Hurlbut property.
Yeah, and I don't remember how much of a berm, if any, along 3rd Street in Colorado, but anything to mitigate or reduce the as you're driving down the street or walking down the street, the kind of expanse of pavement, to the where all the gas pumps and so on are. And I'm thinking of, also to the north, the cafe. If there were a 3 or 4 foot high berm and you're sitting out front of the cafe, and that berm would looking to the south would help eliminate seeing a whole bunch of cars and that sort of thing. So anything to kind of screen those kinds of things, the expanse of pavement or parked cars or whatever, I think would improve the aesthetics of the project.
Commissioner Tunnel, this is Nathan Stewart. I do have a question with respect to your guidance. The grading and drainage plan that was submitted identifies these landscaping areas to function as infiltration locations for their stormwater, and I'm not 100% clear, but I also believe snow storage. And so I don't know, I'd like to hear maybe from the applicant, and I think the commission would benefit, how those uses would be compatible. I mean, you can't really put a berm in an area where you're trying to store stormwater unless you can design it underneath. And then similarly, if you're going to be storing snow, how's that going to impact the landscaping?
Yeah, that's a good question. I saw that in the report, and it's difficult. If I remember what I read, it's difficult to get plants to survive a winter of all that snow on top of them. So if the applicant is still available and can address Nathan's questions, I think it would help the commissioners.
Mr. Chair, this is Heath. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I think that we have Matt Gibb still online with us. He's the project engineer. So I think he'd be in the best position to answer that. So I'm just making sure that Matt's still on here though.
Okay.
So, yeah. 1 second.
And maybe this is a question for Bill Punkany. Is it appropriate for us to have these kinds of conversations now, or is this something that we should take offline at the staff level?
Yeah, I think that's probably something we'll want to have addressed at the staff level.
Okay.
And we're happy to do that. Thanks, everybody.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Okay. So that'll happen then, huh? At the staff level?
Yeah, those are the kinds of things. I mean, there's going to be some inherent conflicts, so we're going to have to work through different code and design standards.
Okay.
With the applicant.
Sure, and I think my comment was just to make sure that we weren't creating conditions that were, shall have a berm, and then we come to find that we can't have a berm there. We'd want to be able to explain why and have the commission digest that rationale.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Okay, any other thoughts before we put this to a vote? Or, I mean, yeah, a vote for staff to review. Okay, I entertain a motion on Scenic Route 2009.
I make a motion that to instruct staff to prepare findings of facts with considering our discussions for next meeting.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Motion carries. So we will, at this point, move on to design review 2106, Scenic Route 2106, 1998 Spruce Way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. The applicant's representative is patiently here in the City Hall, so I think she'll make the presentation first.
I'm the applicant, and the representative may still be on the phone, but she was thinking 4:30, and I texted her about an hour ago and said, no, Sarah Byers is our architect.
Okay.
And she was virtual at 4:30, but I don't know if she's still there.
Feel free, you can come up here to the podium.
You want me to?
Yeah, that way we can pick up the sound and get you.
So, Mr. Chair, would you say if Sarah Byers is on the phone or not?
I'd be relieved if she wasn't, because that's a long time to wait.
Yeah,
so.
go ahead. Excuse me. Rachel, would you want to bring up the elevations? The applicant here is here, and that might help her.
So you want me to tell you what we want to do?
Yes.
We want to build a garage, like you see there, with storage space above it. And we have an existing cabin that's that little guy. And I guess one of my questions was, on your review, you said, since the garage we wanted to build has more square feet than the existing cabin, that the existing cabin becomes an accessory structure. And I'm not sure, I don't understand that, if that affects what we do with our existing cabin. Right now we have plumbing and electricity in the existing cabin. We don't want to lose that. And the sewer department has allowed us with our garage to stub in a sewer, so if in the event we ever tear down the little cabin, we'd be able to move the plumbing, because we can only have one hookup, move it to there. But that would be in the future when I'm probably gone from this world, but somebody in the future might want to do that. So we wanted to have the sewer stubbed in. Any other questions? That's my presentation, I guess. We have a really good architect, I think.
Hi, hey Ann, this is Sarah Byers.
Oh, okay.
Hi, in the design review committee. Sorry, I signed in a little bit late.
So you can ask Sarah questions if you have technical questions. And I do have a statement on your review. You said I needed to write a statement about the second story is not for occupancy. So I'm hoping that'll work for that condition.
So does anybody have questions for Sarah, the architect, or the homeowner? Okay, I guess if there's no questions from the commissioners, we can, let's see, at this point, do we open a public hearing?
Unless you want to hear a staff report.
That would probably be the best thing. What time is it?
It's late.
Yeah, so the next two should be easy. So Rachel, can I just see my screen? Can you show my screen for a minute? So this is a design review application and a scenic route overlay review. This project is located in the R4 district. It's on the east side of Warren Wagon. And as applicant mentioned, it includes this existing cottage, which is 825 square feet. And the new garage and storage area above would be 1,467 square feet. So it's a technicality in our code that because the square footage of the garage structure is larger, it now becomes the primary structure. So it's a matter of the way we interpret the code. Access to the garage would be from the current driveway that's here. And it's saying your screen's not sharing. It's not sharing?
At least Rachel just mentioned she can't see it.
I
Okay.
can't see it either.
Sorry, we'll try that again. Rachel, just bring up the site plan and I can walk you through it. Then I guess maybe that's easier. I can try it again now. Can you see it now?
Nope. Yes.
Okay, great. All right. So there is an existing driveway that they would use for this new one, and there's just a 200 square foot concrete pad that would be located right here. And then this is the location of the garage. There would be an exterior door right at this location that would provide access to the garage and the upstairs area. The garage would be finished with asphalt shingles and steel siding, and the cabin would be refinished with the same siding but maintain its existing steel roof. It meets all of our code requirements very generously. It is it's some distance from the front, as you can see, and that front area from a scenic route standpoint is well landscaped. There's lots of trees and underbrush, so it's very well protected in terms of the views from the road to the site. It has 162 feet of frontage along the Wagon Warren Road, so that's the area of exposure that it has. But from that standpoint, it's well buffered from the road, from the trees. So we received a number of comments from Public Works in terms of no impacts on the drainage system and requirement for snow storage easement. ITD had no issues with the project. Your review is both the scenic route as well as a design review. And we found that it supports a residential character. It's consistent in size and design with residents in the vicinity. Here's an elevation of it from the front, the two-car garage and the window above to the storage. It preserves the natural features. It minimizes impacts just to the building area, and it uses the existing driveway. It will maintain the intersection with the street, so there's no changes in that regard. It'll add just 840 square feet of ground floor area with the garage, and then 627 square feet above. The materials, as I mentioned, are consistent with the vicinity, and they will be consistent. The two buildings will look consistent between each other. From a scenic route standpoint, it maintains the quality of the road with the substantial buffer and the setback. The site coverage is just 12%, 50% of what's allowed. So it's compatible with our desires for the scenic route in that the building setbacks are in excess of the minimum, the existing vegetation will remain, and it's compatible exterior building materials. So staff recommends that it be approved with the conditions that prior to the issuance of a building permit, they'll receive final engineering approval, and a copy of the plans will be stamped by a licensed architect. And the city, they provide the city with a written statement that the second story above the garage is not for occupancy as an accessory unit or short-term rental. And the applicant has just handed us a signed copy to that effect. And pursuant to the zoning code, the design review approval will lapse and become void whenever the applicant hasn't applied for a building permit within 1 year from the date of initial approval and prior to the issuance of the, and they've done that. That's it. Thank you very much. Is there any questions I can answer?
Any questions for Diane?
We did receive one letter from Michael Simplot, and he supports the application. He just had 2 concerns and 2 requests that they be conscious about the dust on Spruce Way and provide some mitigation for that, and to avoid keeping truck traffic from using Spruce Way to Tamarack. He's just had to reconstruct the road from construction of another adjacent building, so he doesn't want to do it again soon.
Okay. So this is a public hearing. Well, if there are any other questions. Okay. Then we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody who wants to speak about this, for this, or against this project, now's your opportunity. And if you are calling in, you can do *6 to unmute yourself. Okay, hearing no comments, we'll close the public hearing. And commissioners, do you have any questions or thoughts?
This is Commissioner Lyons. I make a motion. We approve Design Review 2106 and Scenic Route 2106 with conditions as per the staff report.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Too technical for me.
Okay, we'll move on to Design Review 2109 and Shoreline 2102, 2225 East Lakeview Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. The applicant's representative, Wayne Iman, is here, been patiently waiting. And
good afternoon or good evening now. My name is Wayne Amy. I am here with my superintendent, Ronnie Levitt, and we are proposing, as you can see, doing some modifications for Dr. Carrie and Terry Louder. What we're looking at doing is removing their existing structure, existing residence, and building a new residence with a separate garage and a connecting breezeway. The new residence will be approximately 6 feet further back from the shoreline as it is right now. Due to the location of this project, we are concerned and are aware of the possibility of pollution or contaminants into the lake. Therefore, we will have set in place, of course, not only erosion control, but containment systems to alleviate that issue. What else do you need from me?
what's it?
That's it.
Okay. That's it. Okay.
It's pretty simple. Building a house in the garage.
See if the commission has any questions.
This is Broyles. Would you address the setback requirements and how this meets them as it relates to the lake?
I can do that later if you want.
Yeah. The existing home, let's see here, the existing home is not stated as approximately, and I'm just going to kind of estimate here from the lake, and the high water mark looks to be approximately 35 feet back from the high water mark.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, 50 feet from the water mark to the retaining wall, that's another 15 feet. So approximately 65 feet from the lake.
Okay, and that meets it, and you're going to be further back yet?
That meets it, correct, sir. And further back, that's 6 feet.
Okay, then I'm done. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant before we get the staff report? Okay, Diane?
Yes, so this is a shoreline and a design review application in the R4 district. The site is approximately 1/2 acre. It slopes toward Payette Lake. It's accessed from the end of East Lakeview Drive. There's substantial amount of conifers and native underbrush around the site. And as the applicant indicated, they're going to demolish the existing 2,000 square foot house, and it encroaches slightly into the 50-foot setback. Here's the diagram, if you can see it. It's a lot of details, but the diagram on the site plan on the left is the existing house. You can see in this location right here. And there's a portion of it in the corner here that encroaches into the 50-foot setback. So they're demolishing that house and replacing it with a new 2-story house that would be slightly smaller than the existing house by 126 square feet, but it would meet the setback requirement as indicated. And as you can tell, it would be a little wider than the existing structure. In addition, they would construct this breezeway to a new 2-car garage, replacing a carport that they were issued a building permit for back in December of 20. All of the existing structures, and there are some that are considered non-conforming in the 50-foot setback. There's a deck, a covered area, a stairway, a wall. Those would all remain. They would not be changed in any way. Here's a comparison. I can move it now. Boy, we're having trouble tonight. Here's a comparison from the lake, a photo montage, an existing photo of the existing house, and then a photo montage of the proposed house. So you can get an idea of the comparison of how it will look from the lake. The total structure would be 3,600 square feet on 2 stories. The garage would be 1,185 square feet. It would have a 99.9% of the allowed site lot coverage on the site. It would meet all the setback and height dimensional requirements. There is one elevation that I'll show you. There's others in your packet, but this one is the east elevation, and I've included that so you could see what this covered walkway would look like, which is right in this location. In this location. Just to the right of the slide, you can see the covered walkway. So it gives you an idea of what that structure would look like. We received comments from Public Works, of course, concerned about storm drainage, and the applicant addressed that issue. They will be required to provide, as a condition of approval, a final engineering report, including storm drainage. There were also comments from I believe that was the only substantive comments. The rest were no comment at all from the other agencies. So this proposal from a design review standpoint is consistent in size, design, and character with other residents in that neighborhood. The site is large. Will remain in the only areas that I think there's 28 substantial trees, and they're removing 8 as part of the improvements. 8 out of 28 trees would be removed. The materials, building design, the materials, the siding would be stucco with wood trim and sandstone rock veneer columns, which is a little bit not as usual as what we typically see, but there are other stucco buildings within McCall. The roof would be constructed of architectural roof shingles of a brown color, and the proposed color palette is brown beige. There's no blank walls in the design. There's sufficient setback for snow loads. So our recommendation is that you approve this with the standard conditions that prior to the issuance of a building permit, they receive final engineering approval. And there's some very detailed recommendations and requirements that are in the staff report and in their approval, are mostly related to storm drainage and the site design. I think that's it, Mr. Chair, unless there's some questions. I'm sorry. One other thing. There was a letter. We did have one public correspondence from an adjoining neighbor who the street, East Lakeview Drive, crisscrosses their property. And they have had issues in the past with construction down the street from them. And so they expressed their interest in ensuring that maintenance of the street during construction is maintained and that there's any rehabilitation made to the road as caused by that construction. And they asked that the city to impose a condition for the applicant to sign an easement similar to what was agreed to in an earlier application. We've talked a little bit with Bill Nichols about the imposition of that type of a condition. And I don't know if Bill Peckney has been involved in that discussion or not, but we do have a proposed condition of approval if you choose to add that to it, suggested by Mr. Nichols. And that is that prior to the issuance of an occupancy permit, the applicant shall be responsible to restore East Lakeview Avenue to the same or better condition that it was in before construction began.
Diane, if I can only add one thing, is the precondition on that is if the commission finds that there's to be anticipated to be greater than normal truck traffic on Lakeview Avenue that would occur with it, more than what would occur with a typical residence. And that would be what would enable us to have that additional condition.
Excuse me, is that more than there would be with a typical residence not under construction, or?
Yeah, like construction of a typical residence.
Okay, so in other words, this site won't require more traffic than a normal house being built in that area.
You'd have to find that it would.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks. That completes our comments.
Okay, thank you. So this is a public hearing. And well, I guess we should ask if any of the commissioners have any questions of Diane. Okay, well, this is a public hearing, and we'll go ahead and open the public hearing to anybody who wants to speak about, for, or against this project. And just a reminder, if you're on the phone, use *6 to unmute yourself.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Robert Ellis. I am the owner of 2231 Lakeview Avenue. And I was the one that asked that the Louders please support the restoring the street that comes down that area. I do know that Jim Cross, who, and I provided you a letter that I'm sure Michelle has as well as all of you have, signed an agreement on that easement that it would restore the street to its prior condition, and he did so. Actually, he improved it. I do know any of these structures, and you do say it is a normal residence and normal construction. We've been there for 24 years, and we do know that very heavy equipment comes down, and it comes down with cleats. It comes down with things that can destroy a road. And I'm just reiterating what I've said in the letter, that I would hope the Louders do certainly repair the street to the condition that is used by 8 to 10 different residences on that street. Otherwise, we welcome the new construction, and once again appreciate your time and effort on these late nights for supporting what we have in McCall, and to maintain the beauty and the pristine area that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other public comment? Okay, I still see quite a few initials out there that people are intentionally or unintentionally still on, but if there's, we'll give you just another few seconds to make comments. If you hit *6 if you want to make a comment. Okay, hearing none, I will close the public hearing. And any comments by the commissioners? Questions, thoughts?
Ms. Broyles, somebody talked to me about the road. Is it a private road with supporting documents, or is it just a use over a long period of time?
I don't know, Diane, can you address that?
Mr. Broyles, I have not been able to make that determination. I've asked that same question myself.
Maybe he's right. Maybe somebody ought to sign some easements. Maybe a road agreement.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure where to go with this. I know that, yeah, if it's a community like I live in, it's the roads are usually a common area road. I just don't know. I don't know where to go with this. I would be a little leery to say that it needs to be restored back to its, an acceptable condition when you don't know what the condition was before they started. And, I don't know. So.
And that's something that, Diane, if you would be so kind as to work with Bill, our city council, that needs to be figured out before we start giving building permits. And it should have been figured out a long time ago.
Well, and I don't know, I guess.
Figure it out, but.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Scott. Yeah, I think what we're looking at is design review.
Okay.
And shoreline, and I don't know that that falls under the purview of either of those. Does it, Diane?
No, I think it's more appropriate under the building permit process where, certainly access to site and safety are issues with the building permit. So I'm
Great.
certainly willing to help move it along in any way I can and talk to John Powell, our building official, about it.
Would you do that?
Yes, sir.
I just am leery for us to pick up any liability at all until that's defined.
Well, keep in mind, sounded like a building permit was issued for
I know,
something on it already.
yeah.
It's got sewer connections.
One screw up's fine, two screw ups that are one that's on our watch are not fine. That's all.
Yeah, so
Thank you, Diane. Take it up with him and he'll fix it.
Yeah, so I'd entertain a motion for approval or denial of design review 2109, shoreline 2102.
I'd make a motion subject to clarification of the legal access.
Make a motion to approve or deny?
Approve, no, approve, subject to clarification of legal access.
Okay, any discussion on that since I guess I'm not sure if that's really in our purview.
So this is Bill Punkenny. I guess I'm not clear on maybe what the question about legal access is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not either. It seems to me that the issue is if the road softens up or gets damaged, so at least one neighbor, if not more, want to have it repaired by the property owner who's building the home. And I guess I don't know that that's something that we as a P&Z can deal with.
And earlier, well, there was a requirement that in order to have a building permit, you got to have access. It may not be in this particular purview, and I grant that, but Diane had said she tried to figure out what the status of that road was and was unable to do so. So I'm just of the opinion that we can't issue a permit until there's a road agreement, an easement, some designation of access. I legally think we can't, but whatever. Vote somebody else make them. I'll withdraw my motion if that helps you.
Well, and I'm not sure we're issuing a permit here. I mean, maybe I'm mistaken on where we are in the process.
We're in the design review.
Correct.
So I'll withdraw my motion. Somebody make a motion to approve straight out or deny straight out.
Commissioner Lyons, I make a motion to approve design review 2109, shoreline 2102 with conditions as per the staff report.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We are making progress here, except I just covered up my notes on where we were. Okay. Here we are. So, nope. We're down to Code Amendment 2101. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Go ahead.
So you may recall in January, we had our first application under the new, I guess it was in February, had our first application under the new code amendments were adopted in January related to landscaping requirements in the scenic route area. And I think it was apparent to everyone, brought to our attention by the applicant that these requirements may have gone too far in the number of trees and shrubs that were indicated. So we've got a bunch of scenic route applications coming before you. So we wanted to turn around a proposed change as quickly as possible. So we decided, I think, that part of the dilemma was basing the basis for the number of trees and shrubs was based on a square footage within the setback. And by changing that to linear feet along the scenic route seemed to make more sense. The trees and the shrubbery would still have to be located within the setback from the scenic route or from the zone, whichever the code indicates is appropriate. And we also changed the number of trees and shrubs required from 5 trees to 3, from 1 native tree to 3 shrubs from 100 square feet to 10 linear feet along the scenic route. So that's the change. And if you use remember the project that came before us, they were required to plant 72 trees and 208 shrubs under the current ordinance. With these changes, they would be required to do 15 trees and 45 shrubs. There was some, I think, confusion too about where the trees would be located. They primarily would be located in the setback area. And our objective was that they not be done in a sort of what I call the Burma shave design, where they're kind of linear lined up, as you see on the right, but more in a natural kind of clumping sort of setting. We put this proposed changes out to the city forester, the fire department, public works. We got a lot of great comments from all of them. And what became apparent to us is there's a lot of competing interest in this area. Public Works sees that setback area as an opportunity for utility and snow storage, very important requirements. The city forester is very concerned that this clumping doesn't put trees too close to one another and allow for their natural growth. So given all those considerations, we've amended the code provisions, as I mentioned before, 1 native tree and 3 native shrubs per each 10 feet of linear street frontage. And then that the location is within the required setback 25 feet from the scenic route, and it be clustered, allowing for natural maturity. So that clause was in response to the city forester that we're not going to jam these things together, but they should be located so that they can mature and be vital for years to come. And then in the last paragraph, we added that if there's any conflicts with these competing interests, that they be resolved by the administrator. Certainly, we hope that we can all sit down and talk about it. I think, everyone wants to see landscaping in this area, as long as it can still accommodate those other needs of snow storage and utility easements. And so I think we can do that. So that is our proposed changes that we have before you. Any questions? I'll be glad to answer them.
And fortunately, we have quite a few examples that we're able to apply this to make sure it works with previous and new proposals.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it makes so much sense, and thanks for, I think, coming up with a really good approach that accomplishes what everybody wanted to do, is have a screening, but also then take care of the health of the trees and adequate spacing and so on. So I think it's a good solution.
I think it's much more better and reasonable for applicants and use. We need to make a motion to approve, or what do you need?
The public hearing.
I think we do, don't we?
Public hearing.
You've got a public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. this is a public hearing, so we'll open the public hearing. Are there any comments about, for, or against this application for change? Okay, hearing none, I will close the public hearing. And Robert, if you want to make a motion, we'd gladly accept.
Motion for approval or?
Recommend to council.
Okay. I make a motion that we recommend council for approval of Code Amendment 2101.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous, so I guess we don't need a roll call.